Happiness isn't something you chase. It's something that settles when everything else quiets down. Most of what we're told about it is loud, urgent, and complicated. In reality, it's much simpler and much softer. This is a slow video of gentle truths about happiness meant to be listened to without effort. If you enjoy long, calming videos like this, like and subscribe to our channel Restwise. These take a lot of time to make, and your support helps keep the channel going. Let it play. There is a quiet kind of heartbreak that almost nobody talks about. Not the dramatic kind. Not the kind that leaves you on the floor, staring at the ceiling, replaying one awful moment over and over. I mean the slower kind. The kind where life keeps going. Everything looks mostly fine from the outside, but something inside you starts to go flat. You wake up one day and realize the things you were told would make you happy are not really working. The goals, the praise, the plans, the image, the version of success you kept chasing like it would finally unlock something permanent in you. And instead of peace, you just feel tired. That moment can feel like failure. But strangely, for a lot of people, that is where real happiness actually begins. Because before happiness becomes something honest, it usually has to survive the death of an illusion. And that is the part nobody prepares you for. We are raised inside stories. Some of them are spoken out loud, and some are just absorbed through years of watching how people live. You are taught that happiness is waiting on the other side of achievement, on the other side of being chosen, on the other side of getting your life together. It is always presented as something slightly ahead of you. Just a little further, just one more thing, one more level, one more fix, one more version of yourself. So you spend years building your life around a future emotional reward. And then one day, if you are honest enough to notice it, you realize you have been emotionally renting your entire life from promises that never fully pay out. That realization is brutal, because disillusionment does not just take away a dream. It takes away the emotional structure you were using to make sense of your life. It can leave you feeling weirdly empty, even when nothing is technically wrong. You can be doing all the right things and still feel untouched by them. And that disconnect can make people think something is broken inside them. But usually, what is actually happening is much more important. Your mind is starting to reject what no longer feels true. That is not dysfunction. That is awakening. Psychologists sometimes talk about something called the hedonic treadmill, which is just a fancy way of saying human beings adapt unbelievably fast. The thing you wanted so badly becomes normal almost immediately. The job, the relationship, the move, the money, the validation. Your nervous system absorbs it, and then your mind starts scanning for the next thing. Not because you are ungrateful, but because the brain is designed to normalize what it has. So if you build your whole life around external milestones, you end up trapped in a loop where every arrival becomes temporary. That is one of the most painful truths about happiness. The life you imagined would finally make you feel complete usually cannot do that for very long. And weirdly, this is not bad news. It is actually the beginning of freedom, because once you are disillusioned enough, you stop wasting energy trying to squeeze permanent peace out of temporary conditions. You stop asking life to perform emotional magic it was never built to perform. You stop trying to force your happiness to come from appearances, outcomes, and approval. And for the first time, you become available to a deeper kind of peace. Not the shiny kind. Not the kind people post about. I mean the quieter kind that starts growing when you are no longer hypnotized by false promises. A lot of people think happiness is excitement. It is not. Excitement is real and beautiful and worth having. But it is unstable. It rises and falls. It depends on novelty, momentum, stimulation, and contrast. Real happiness, the kind that actually softens your body and lets you breathe deeper, usually enters your life in a much less glamorous way. It often arrives when you stop expecting life to constantly impress you. That sounds sad at first, but it is actually one of the most soothing truths there is, because it means you do not have to keep being dazzled in order to be okay. You do not need every part of your life to feel cinematic. You do not need every day to prove itself. You do not need to be becoming someone extraordinary every second. A lot of your suffering comes from the pressure to feel more than what a normal human life was ever meant to produce. And once that pressure breaks, something softer can finally appear. You start noticing things that were invisible to the version of you that was always chasing. A slower morning, a conversation that does not drain you, food that actually tastes like something because you are present enough to notice it, the relief of not performing, the strange peace of being honest, the deep comfort of no longer pretending certain things matter more than they do. That is the hidden gift of disillusionment. It strips away your false appetite. And yes, that process can feel lonely for a while. Because when your old illusions die, there is usually a period where nothing has replaced them yet. You are not fully asleep anymore, but you are not fully settled either. You are between identities, between beliefs, between emotional worlds, and that in-between place can feel very exposed. But it is also sacred, because in that space, you finally get to ask a different question. Not what should make me happy, but what actually does. And those are not the same question. One is inherited. The other is alive. One was handed to you by culture, family, fear, comparison, and fantasy. The other has to be discovered in private, usually through disappointment, usually through exhaustion, usually through the moment you can no longer lie to yourself about what is not working. And there is something deeply peaceful about that. Because once the illusion breaks, you can stop negotiating with it. You can stop sacrificing your nervous system for goals that do not even belong to you. You can stop chasing emotional salvation through things that only know how to entertain you for a moment and then leave. Disillusionment feels cruel when it first arrives, but later it often looks like mercy, because it clears the stage. It removes the fake light. It leaves you in the dark just long enough to realize your eyes were adjusting to the wrong thing all along. And then, very quietly, happiness starts becoming less dramatic and more real. Less like a reward, more like a relationship. Less like something you win, more like something you stop abandoning. And sometimes, the most comforting truth of all is this: the reason your old life stopped satisfying you may not be because you are lost. It may be because you are finally getting close to what is true. Relief is more honest than excitement. Some of the most important moments in your life will not feel like fireworks. They will feel like exhaling. And if you have spent most of your life chasing excitement, that can be very confusing at first. Because excitement looks like what we have been taught to want. It is bright. It is immediate. It is emotional. It gives you a rush. It makes you feel like something is happening. Like life is moving. Like you are getting somewhere. And because it is intense, we often mistake it for truth. But intensity is not the same thing as alignment. Sometimes the thing that is actually right for you does not make your heart race. It makes your body unclench. And that is a very different kind of wisdom. A lot of people do not realize how much of their decision making has been shaped by stimulation, not peace, not clarity, not emotional safety. Stimulation. The job that sounds impressive. The relationship with chemistry so strong it feels almost cinematic. The city that seems full of possibility. The life that gives you a story to tell. We are pulled toward what feels alive in the moment, even if that feeling is actually just nervous system activation wearing a glamorous outfit. And that is where so much confusion begins. Because excitement can be beautiful, but it can also be deeply misleading. Sometimes what you call butterflies is anxiety. Sometimes what you call passion is instability. Sometimes what you call adventure is just emotional inconsistency that your mind has learned to romanticize. And if you have lived through enough disappointment, you start noticing a painful pattern. The things that once felt the most thrilling often leave you the most depleted. Not always, but often enough to matter. The people who keep you guessing. The opportunities that look perfect but quietly cost you your peace. The environments that make you feel important while your body is slowly falling apart in the background. There is a reason this happens. Your brain is wired to notice novelty and unpredictability. Dopamine, the chemical people often associate with pleasure, is actually more about anticipation than contentment. It spikes around the possibility of reward, not just the reward itself. That means the chase can feel intoxicating, even when the thing you are chasing is not actually good for you. This is why so many people confuse wanting something with being meant for it. The wanting feels so loud that it must be real. But loud is not always real. Sometimes loud is just unresolved. Sometimes loud is just familiar chaos, and this is where relief enters the conversation in a much more honest way. Relief is not flashy. It does not always make for a dramatic story. It does not usually arrive with a perfect soundtrack and a sudden sense that your whole life has changed. Relief is quieter than that. It slips in through the side door. It shows up as the conversation that does not leave you overthinking for 3 days. The home that lets your shoulders drop. The routine that does not impress anyone, but makes you feel human again. The person you do not have to perform around. The decision that may not thrill your ego, but gives your mind a place to rest. And because relief is so understated, people often underestimate it. They think if something is right, it should feel bigger. But what if bigger was never the point? What if one of the clearest signs that something belongs in your life is that it does not force your nervous system into survival mode? That might sound obvious when you hear it out loud, but so many people have spent years normalizing emotional strain. They have learned to associate love with uncertainty, ambition with self-neglect, and meaning with pressure. So when something genuinely gentle appears, it almost feels suspicious, boring, even. Not because it is empty, but because your body has been trained to confuse peace with a lack of aliveness. That is one of the saddest distortions people carry. The belief that calm means settling. The truth is, calm might be the first honest thing you have felt in years. There is a difference between boredom and safety. And if you were raised around instability, your system may not know that right away. This is why some people walk away from what is healthy and run toward what is familiar. Familiar pain can feel more emotionally convincing than unfamiliar peace. The chaos feels meaningful simply because it is known. But healing often feels less like a spark and more like a soft return. A return to your own body. A return to what does not require self-betrayal. A return to choices that do not leave a mess behind. And that return can feel almost too simple at first. No grand revelation. No cinematic transformation. Just the strange realization that your life starts feeling better when it starts feeling lighter. Not empty. Lighter. There is a huge difference. Lighter means you are no longer carrying what was never yours to hold. The performance. The proving. The constant emotional decoding. The exhausting habit of trying to earn rest through achievement. The endless search for something intense enough to distract you from yourself. When those things begin to fall away, what remains can feel almost unfamiliar in its honesty. You begin to notice that some of your happiest moments are not peak experiences at all. They are ordinary moments without inner friction. You make tea and do not feel rushed. You spend time with someone and do not feel drained afterward. You finish the day without mentally replaying everything you said. You sit in silence and it does not feel like absence. It feels like enough. That is not a small thing. That is a radical shift. Because once you start respecting relief, your entire life changes shape. Your standards change. Your relationships change. Your goals change. You stop asking, does this excite me enough to chase it? And you start asking, does this let me breathe? Does this make me more honest? Does this leave me more whole than I was before? Those are wiser questions. And they lead to a different kind of happiness. A slower one. A steadier one. A happiness that is not built on constant stimulation, but on internal permission. Permission to stop choosing what drains you just because it looks impressive from the outside. Permission to stop mistaking adrenaline for destiny. Permission to believe that what is good for you may not always arrive as a high. Sometimes it arrives as relief so subtle you almost miss it. But if you pay attention, you start to realize something beautiful. Relief is not the absence of happiness. It is often its most truthful form, because excitement can visit you, but relief can stay. A calmer nervous system feels like joy. There is a kind of happiness that does not look like happiness at first. It does not arrive as euphoria. It does not make you want to tell everyone your life has changed. It does not always come with smiling, laughing, or some dramatic moment where everything suddenly makes sense. Sometimes it arrives so quietly that, if you are used to chaos, you might not even recognize it. It feels like your chest is not tight for once. It feels like your thoughts are not attacking you. It feels like sitting in a room and not needing to escape yourself. And strangely enough, that can be joy. A calmer nervous system can feel like joy. Not because joy has become smaller, but because you are finally experiencing it in a form your body can actually hold. A lot of people are searching for happiness while living inside bodies that have forgotten how to feel safe. That is not some abstract spiritual idea. It is biological. If your system is constantly scanning for stress, rejection, urgency, disappointment, or danger, then even good things will have a hard time landing. You can have love in front of you, rest available to you, beauty around you, and still feel disconnected from all of it because your body is stuck in protection mode. And when you live like that for long enough, your baseline starts to shift. You stop asking, what would make me happy? And you start asking, why can I not feel anything fully? That question is a lot more common than people admit. because many people are not actually unhappy in the obvious sense. They are just overstimulated, emotionally braced, and physiologically exhausted. And from the inside, that can feel almost identical to emptiness. When your nervous system has been carrying too much for too long, peace does not always feel good right away. Sometimes it feels unfamiliar. Sometimes it feels exposed. Sometimes it feels so quiet that your mind immediately tries to fill it with worry, noise, planning, or distraction. Not because you are broken, but because your system has learned to equate stillness with vulnerability. This is why some people finally get the thing they wanted and still cannot enjoy it. Not because they are ungrateful, but because the body they are receiving life through is too activated to register the goodness. That matters more than most people realize. We tend to think of happiness as a thought problem or a life circumstances problem. If I change my mindset, if I improve my habits, if I fix my career, if I meet the right person, then I will finally feel better. And yes, those things can matter. But if your nervous system is dysregulated, even beautiful things can feel strangely unreachable. You can know you should be okay and still not feel okay, because your body is not listening to logic. It is listening for safety. And this is where everything starts to change. When people begin healing, they often expect some huge emotional breakthrough. They expect to feel inspired, transformed, deeply motivated. But a lot of real healing feels much less dramatic than that. It often feels like becoming less afraid of your own life, less reactive, less tense, less on edge, less trapped in loops that once felt permanent. And if you are not paying attention, you might mistake that for nothing. But it is not nothing. It is your body learning a new language, a safer one. One of the most soothing truths about happiness is that sometimes what you are looking for is not more pleasure. It is more regulation, more steadiness, more room inside yourself. When your nervous system starts settling, ordinary life becomes available again, and that is where a surprising amount of joy has been waiting all along. Not in some fantasy version of your future, but in the simple fact that your body is no longer treating every moment like a potential emergency. That changes everything. Food tastes more vivid. Music hits deeper. Conversations feel less effortful. Rest stops feeling guilty. Your mind does not need to rehearse every possible disaster before bed. You stop needing constant distraction just to get through a normal day. And all of that can feel almost sacred when you have spent years living in internal noise. People often overlook this because it is not glamorous. No one posts, "My nervous system is slightly more regulated today," and yet that can be one of the most life-changing things a person experiences. To feel less dread when your phone rings. To not catastrophize every delay in communication. To sit with someone you love and actually stay present instead of drifting into self-protection. These are not tiny improvements. These are profound shifts in your quality of life. And they are deeply connected to happiness. There is actual science behind this. When your nervous system is chronically stressed, your body prioritizes survival over connection, curiosity, digestion, rest, and emotional openness. In simpler terms, your system becomes less available for joy. Not because joy is impossible, but because your internal resources are being rerouted toward defense. You cannot fully receive life when your body is busy trying to outsmart pain. That is why calm can feel so emotional. Not because something exciting is happening, but because something exhausting is finally ending. For a lot of people, The first taste of real happiness is not ecstasy. It is relief. It is the moment your body realizes, maybe I do not have to fight this hard anymore. And that moment can be almost unbearably tender, because it shows you how long you have been surviving on less than peace. This is also why healing can feel sad before it feels joyful. Once your system starts calming down, you begin noticing how much strain you had normalized. How many relationships made you anxious? How many environments kept you dysregulated? How many habits were not helping you cope so much as helping you stay numb? That awareness can sting, but it is also clarifying, because now you can start building a life your body does not have to recover from. And that might be one of the most underrated forms of happiness there is. A life that does not constantly agitate your system. A life where your body is not always preparing for impact. A life where your mind is not endlessly trying to protect you from things that are not happening right now. That kind of peace can feel almost unbelievable when you first encounter it. But over time, it starts to feel less like a miracle and more like home. And maybe that is what joy really is for many people. Not a permanent high, not nonstop pleasure, not some impossible emotional perfection. Maybe joy is what becomes visible when your body is no longer drowning in stress. Maybe it is what has been there underneath the noise the whole time. And maybe one of the kindest truths you can hear is this: if calm feels strangely emotional to you, that does not mean you are weak. It might mean your body is finally beginning to remember what happiness actually feels like. Most peace comes from wanting less. The strange thing about peace is that most people do not lose it because life is impossible. They lose it because desire never stops talking. Not just big desire. Not just the obvious kind where someone wants more money, more status, more beauty, more success. I mean the smaller, quieter forms of wanting that fill up a human mind all day long. Wanting people to reply a certain way. Wanting your mood to be different. Wanting your day to go according to plan. Wanting your body to feel better. Wanting the future to hurry up. Wanting the past to stop mattering. Wanting to finally become the version of yourself that seems more lovable, more certain, more at ease. Most people are not just living their lives. They are constantly negotiating with reality. And that negotiation is exhausting. Because when your peace depends on life behaving exactly the way you hoped, peace becomes incredibly fragile. It can be destroyed by traffic, by silence, by one awkward conversation, by one unmet expectation, by one small reminder that the world is not under your control. That is not because you are dramatic. It is because desire, when it goes unchecked, quietly turns the whole day into a list of emotional conditions. I will feel okay when this happens. I will relax once that changes. I will be happy after this part is over. And without realizing it, you keep postponing your life. That is one of the most common forms of suffering. Not pain itself, resistance to what is already here. There is a reason so many ancient philosophies kept circling back to this. Whether it was Buddhism, Stoicism, or spiritual traditions that tried to understand why human beings remain restless, even after getting what they thought they wanted, they all kept pointing toward the same uncomfortable truth. A lot of suffering is not created by having too little. It is created by needing too much from each moment. That does not mean wanting is bad. Wanting is human. It gives shape to growth, intimacy, creativity, ambition, and change. The problem is not desire itself. The problem is when desire becomes your entire emotional operating system. When every moment is judged by what it is missing. When your mind becomes so obsessed with the gap between what is and what should be that you stop being able to inhabit your actual life. That is where peace starts disappearing. Not all at once, but in tiny leaks. In the constant inner friction. In the low-grade dissatisfaction that follows you even on decent days. In the inability to enjoy what is present, because part of you is always reaching for a better version of now. And this is where one of the most soothing truths about happiness reveals itself. A lot of peace does not come from getting more. It comes from needing less. That sounds almost too simple, which is probably why people overlook it. But think about the moments in your life when you have felt most okay. Not most stimulated. Not most validated. Not most impressive. Just deeply okay. There is a good chance those moments had one thing in common. For a little while, you stopped demanding so much from life. You stopped asking the moment to become something else before you would let yourself soften inside it. That is not resignation. That is relief. There is a huge difference between giving up on life and loosening your grip on how it has to unfold. One is despair. The other is maturity. One says nothing matters. The other says maybe I do not need every single thing to go my way in order to be at peace. That is an incredibly powerful shift. Because the moment you stop trying to extract maximum emotional satisfaction from every experience, your whole nervous system begins to settle. You stop making every inconvenience mean something. You stop building emotional catastrophes out of ordinary disappointment. You stop needing each day to prove your life is working. And in that space, peace has room to enter. Psychologically, this makes a lot of sense. The more conditions you attach to your well-being, the more opportunities you create for distress. If your mind is constantly monitoring whether things are matching your preferences, then your internal state becomes highly reactive to external change. But when your standards for peace become simpler, your emotional stability increases. Not because life gets easier, but because your happiness is no longer being held hostage by so many moving parts. That is what people rarely understand about contentment. It is not passive. It is skilled. It takes awareness to notice how often your suffering is being amplified by insistence. The insistence that this should not be happening, that someone should be different, that you should already be healed, that this phase of your life should be over by now, that your mind should be calmer, that your body should be better, that your life should look more resolved than it does. All of that inner insisting creates pressure, and pressure is not the same thing as purpose. Sometimes pressure is just unexamined attachment dressed up as motivation, and the body can feel the difference. This is why so many people are shocked to discover that some of their happiest periods are not the ones where they had the most. They are the ones where they wanted less from each day. Less proof. Less performance, less perfection, less emotional intensity, less control, less reassurance, less noise. That is when life starts feeling breathable again. You wake up and there is less mental grabbing. You move through the day with less argument. You let more things be unfinished. You stop treating every discomfort like a crisis. And suddenly, there is a softness where there used to be strain. That softness is not laziness, it is peace. And no, this does not mean becoming indifferent. It does not mean shrinking your dreams or pretending not to care. It means caring without clinging, It means wanting things without building your entire emotional stability around whether they arrive. It means allowing desire to exist without making it your master. That is freedom. Because once your happiness is no longer chained to constant acquisition, life becomes much less threatening. You can enjoy what comes without panicking about how to keep it. You can lose things without feeling like you have lost yourself. You can experience beauty without trying to own it. You can let a moment be enough without immediately asking what is next. And that may be one of the deepest forms of rest a person can know. To not always be reaching. To not always be upgrading. To not always be emotionally bargaining with reality. Just to be here. Not because everything is perfect, but because your heart is no longer making impossible demands. That is what wanting less can give you. Not a smaller life, a quieter war. And for many people, that is the first time happiness starts to feel real. The end of fantasy can be freedom. Some of the heaviest suffering in life does not come from what happened. It comes from what you kept hoping would happen instead. That is a very painful thing to realize, because fantasy is not always obvious. Most people think of fantasy as something childish or dramatic. Daydreams, unrealistic expectations, delusions about life being perfect. But a lot of fantasy is much quieter than that. It hides inside your plans, your attachments, your emotional investments, the future you keep rehearsing in your head, the version of someone you keep believing in, the version of yourself you keep promising you will become once everything finally clicks. Fantasy often sounds reasonable. That is why it is so hard to let go of. It does not always look like a lie. Sometimes it looks like hope, and that is where things get complicated. Because hope can keep you alive, but fantasy can keep you stuck. The difference between the two is subtle, but life-changing. Hope leaves room for reality. Fantasy tries to replace it. Hope says, maybe something beautiful is still possible. Fantasy says, it has to happen this specific way, or I cannot be at peace. And once your peace gets attached to a fantasy, suffering becomes almost guaranteed. Because reality is not designed to obey your internal script. People are not designed to become the characters you cast them as. Life does not unfold according to emotional choreography, and yet so much pain comes from trying to force it to. This is especially true in the private parts of life that nobody really sees. The relationship you keep waiting to become what it clearly is not. The career path you keep insisting will eventually make you feel alive, even though it has been draining you for years. The version of healing you thought would look graceful and linear and wise, only to discover it is messy and repetitive and far less poetic than you imagined. Fantasy creates a second reality in your mind, and then you suffer twice. Once from what is hard, and once from the constant comparison to what should have been. That second layer of suffering is brutal because it feels so personal. It makes ordinary disappointment feel like betrayal. It makes uncertainty feel unbearable. It makes reality feel deficient simply because it is not matching the image you built in secret. And the longer you stay loyal to the fantasy, the more painful reality starts to feel. Not because reality is always cruel, but because you are measuring it against a hallucinated standard. That is exhausting, and often deeply lonely, because part of you knows. Part of you can feel the gap. You can sense when you are staying emotionally attached to something that is not truly here. You can sense when you are more in love with the idea of a person, a future, a life, than with what is actually being offered. But admitting that can feel devastating because it means grieving more than a disappointment. It means grieving the story. And stories are powerful. People do not just get attached to outcomes. They get attached to meanings, to the fantasy that this relationship will finally heal what the last one broke, that this success will finally make them feel enough, that this move, this year, this breakthrough, this version of themselves will finally deliver the peace they have been postponing. So, when the fantasy starts collapsing, it can feel like your whole emotional architecture is coming down with it. And in a way, it is. But that collapse is not always destruction. Sometimes it is liberation. Sometimes the end of fantasy is the first honest thing that has happened in a very long time. Because fantasy is expensive. It costs presence. It costs clarity. It costs your ability to respond to what is actually happening, because so much of your energy is trapped in maintaining an imagined version of reality. You cannot fully live your life while also trying to preserve a private illusion about how it is supposed to go. That split drains people more than they realize. It keeps them in relationships they have already emotionally outgrown. It keeps them waiting for versions of life that are never coming. It keeps them interpreting red flags as temporary detours on the way to some emotionally satisfying ending they still feel entitled to. And that is where suffering hardens, not just in loss, but in resistance to seeing clearly. Clarity is often painful before it becomes peaceful. That is why so many people avoid it. Because clarity asks for surrender, not passive surrender. Honest surrender, the kind that says, I cannot keep loving what is not here more than what is. I cannot keep sacrificing my peace to a future that only exists in theory. I cannot keep asking reality to wear the face of my fantasy and then calling it cruel when it refuses. That is a very sobering kind of freedom. But it is freedom. Because once the fantasy breaks, something real can finally begin. You can start making decisions based on what is true, not just what is emotionally seductive. You can stop over-investing in possibilities that have never actually materialized. You can stop waiting for closure that only exists in the version of the story where everything eventually makes sense. You can stop trying to emotionally negotiate your way back into an illusion that has already expired, and that creates a kind of peace that is far more solid than hope built on denial. A peace that does not need perfect outcomes to survive. A peace that is rooted in contact with reality. And reality, while often less glamorous than fantasy, is so much less exhausting. Reality does not require constant interpretation. Reality does not need to be defended. Reality might hurt, but at least it is stable. At least it tells the truth. And the truth, once fully accepted, has a strange way of softening you. Not because it gives you everything you wanted, but because it finally ends the war between what is and what you were secretly begging life to become. That war wears people out, far more than they admit. So if something in your life has recently lost its magic, if a dream has gone flat, if a person has become impossible to romanticize, if a future you once clung to is no longer emotionally convincing, it may feel like something beautiful is ending. And maybe it is. But something suffocating may be ending too. Something false. Something heavy. Something that kept you more attached than alive. And if that is what is falling away, then maybe this is not just loss. Maybe this is the beginning of freedom in its most honest form. Not the freedom of getting everything you wanted. the freedom of no longer needing illusion to feel okay. Happiness grows in unremarkable days. The biggest lie about happiness might be how dramatic we expect it to be. Most people are quietly waiting for a life that feels more significant than the one they have, not necessarily because they are greedy or ungrateful, but because they have been taught to associate meaning with intensity. Big love, big purpose, big transformation, big breakthroughs, big moments that finally make everything click into place and prove that all the confusion was leading somewhere extraordinary. And because of that, ordinary life can start to feel emotionally invisible. You wake up, do what needs to be done, answer the messages, make the food, clean the room, take the walk, sit with your thoughts, go to sleep, and then do it all again. Nothing is collapsing. Nothing is dazzling. Nothing is particularly cinematic. It is just a human day, quiet, repetitive, slightly unfinished. And for a lot of people, that kind of day feels like evidence that they are not really living. But that is not true. In fact, some of the deepest happiness you will ever feel is being built right there, inside days that are so unremarkable you almost overlook them. That is what makes this truth so soothing and so hard to believe at first, because the mind is drawn to contrast. It notices what is intense, novel, surprising, emotionally charged. It is much less interested in stability. Stability does not create the same internal drama. It does not flood you with anticipation. It does not give you the instant feeling that something important is happening. So the brain often dismisses calm, routine, and repetition as emotionally unimportant. But emotionally unimportant is not the same thing as emotionally empty. A lot of what makes a life feel good is not exciting enough to be memorable in the usual sense. It is accumulative. It is subtle. It works on you slowly. The cup of tea you make the same way every morning. The person whose presence does not drain you. The familiar route home. The room that feels a little more like yours every month. The song you always return to. The way your body begins to trust certain hours of the day. The ordinary rituals that do not impress anyone but quietly keep you connected to yourself. That is where happiness often lives. Not in spectacle. In repetition that feels safe enough to soften inside. And yet people overlook this constantly because they are waiting to feel more alive than ordinary life seems to offer. They think if a day was not especially productive, emotional, beautiful, or transformative, then it did not count for much. But that mindset creates a very painful form of blindness. It teaches you to ignore the exact texture of life that actually sustains you. Because the truth is, most of your existence will not happen in peak moments. It will happen in the middle, in between milestones, in between revelations, in between endings and beginnings. And if you do not learn how to find some form of tenderness there, you will spend most of your life mentally absent from the only part of it that is actually happening. That absence creates a strange kind of suffering. Not dramatic suffering, but the slow etch of never quite arriving where you are. Psychologically, this makes a lot of sense. Human beings are terrible at accurately predicting what will make them happy long term. We tend to overvalue intense future events and undervalue the emotional effect of daily environment, routine, connection, and nervous system safety. But again and again, research on well-being keeps circling back to the same quiet truth. Sustainable happiness is often shaped less by major achievements and more by ordinary patterns. Sleep, social ease, a sense of enoughness, small pleasures, low friction. meaningful repetition, not because those things are glamorous, but because they are livable, and livable is deeply underrated. There is something profoundly healing about building a life that does not constantly need to be escaped from. A life where your ordinary Tuesday is not thrilling, but it is kind to your body. A life where there is food in the kitchen, light through the window, a little bit of quiet, a little bit of music, maybe someone to text, maybe no one, but still some sense that the day is not hostile to your existence. That matters a lot more than people admit, because when your days stop feeling like something to survive, your whole relationship to happiness changes. You stop waiting for it to arrive in concentrated bursts. You stop treating joy like a rare event. You begin understanding that much of what you are actually craving is not a more exciting life. It is a more inhabitable one. That is a very different desire, and often a much wiser one. An inhabitable life has texture. It has breathing room. It has rituals you can return to when your mind gets noisy. It has enough simplicity that your nervous system can stop bracing. It has moments that would look forgettable from the outside, but feel deeply merciful from within. The clean sheets, the hot shower, the familiar laugh, the afternoon light, the fact that no one is demanding anything from you for one whole hour. These are not small things. These are life itself. And once you really start seeing that, something changes. You become less emotionally dependent on dramatic highs. You stop needing every season to be profound. You stop measuring the value of your life only by what is visibly happening. You start noticing that some of your happiest stretches are not the ones where everything was extraordinary. They are the ones where very little was wrong. That sounds simple, but it is not shallow. For many people, that is the deepest peace they have ever known. Not ecstasy, not endless passion, just a quiet string of days that do not wound them. And over time, that kind of life does something almost magical. Teaches your body to relax into being here. It teaches your mind that not every moment has to justify itself. It teaches your heart that meaning does not always announce itself loudly. Sometimes it accumulates in silence. Sometimes it grows while nothing much seems to be happening. Sometimes happiness is not arriving. Sometimes it is already forming in the background of the most forgettable days of your life. And one day, if you are paying attention, you realize something beautiful. The life you were waiting for may have been quietly growing inside the ordinary one all along. Being understood feels better than being impressive. Some people spend half their life trying to be admired when what they really needed was to be understood. And those are not the same thing. Not even close. Admiration can feel incredible for a moment. It can give you a rush. It can make you feel visible, chosen, valuable, even powerful. When people are impressed by you, there is a certain kind of emotional relief that comes with it. It feels like proof. Proof that you matter. Proof that your effort is working. Proof that the version of yourself you have been building is landing the way you hoped it would. But admiration is a very fragile kind of comfort, because it usually depends on performance. And performance is exhausting. A lot of people do not realize how much of their personality was built around being impressive. Not in some arrogant, obvious way. Usually in a much more subtle and socially acceptable form. Being the smart one, the funny one, the calm one, the capable one, the deep one, the attractive one, the successful one, the one who always seems self-aware, put together, interesting, useful, or emotionally resilient. These identities can become survival strategies. You learn, often very early, that certain versions of you get better responses than others. Some versions get praised. Some get chosen. Some get listened to. Some get loved more easily. So you start shaping yourself around what gets rewarded. You become legible in ways that feel safe. You become polished in ways that keep people engaged. You become someone who knows how to hold attention, manage perception, and stay emotionally acceptable. And over time, that can start to feel like connection. But it is not always connection. Sometimes it is just successful self-presentation. And there is a loneliness inside that which is hard to explain until you have lived it. Because no matter how admired you are, if people are mostly connecting to the version of you that performs well, something in you still feels untouched. You can be liked and still feel unknown. You can be praised and still feel unseen. You can be deeply impressive to the outside world and still carry this quiet ache that says, yes, but if they really knew me, would they still stay? That H is more common than people admit, and it explains so much of modern unhappiness, because being impressive often gets confused with being loved. But what the human nervous system actually craves is something much softer and much more stabilizing than praise. It craves recognition, not recognition in the public sense. Recognition in the intimate sense. The feeling that someone can see your actual shape without needing you to distort it into something more acceptable. That kind of understanding is profoundly regulating. It tells your body, you do not have to keep performing to belong here. And for many people, that is one of the most healing feelings they will ever experience. To be understood is to be met without costume. To be spoken to in a way that reaches the private parts of you, not just the polished ones. To be around someone who does not just admire your strengths, but can also hold your contradictions, your tiredness, your sensitivity, your confusion, your unfinished edges, and still not pull away. That does something admiration cannot do. It lets you rest. And rest is a huge part of happiness. Not just physical rest, identity rest. The rest of not having to constantly manage how you are being perceived. The rest of not needing to be exceptional in order to feel secure. The rest of being allowed to be ordinary, messy, uncertain, emotional, and still remain worthy of closeness. That is one of the most underrated forms of peace a person can know. Because a lot of suffering comes from the pressure to stay impressive all the time. To keep the image intact. To keep being the version of yourself that earns a good reaction. To keep proving, refining, performing, and controlling. And the body pays for that more than people realize. You can feel it in the tension of social situations where you are not really present because you are too busy monitoring yourself. You can feel it in relationships where you are loved for your usefulness, but not really known in your softness. You can feel it in the emptiness that follows external success when there is no one around who actually understands the cost of what it took to become that version of you. That emptiness is not ingratitude. It is emotional starvation, and no amount of admiration can fully feed it. Because admiration often keeps a little distance. It puts you on display. Understanding comes closer. It sits beside you. It does not need you to sparkle. It just wants the truth. And the truth is usually much more comforting than the image. This is why some of the happiest moments in life are strangely unremarkable from the outside. A conversation where you do not have to explain the subtext. A person who catches what you meant even when your words came out wrong. Someone noticing the thing you were trying not to say. Someone making room for the part of you that is not polished and not packaging it as a problem. Those moments can feel almost medicinal because they restore something. They remind you that your worth is not only located in what you produce, how you appear, or how well you hold yourself together. They remind you that there is a version of connection where you do not have to earn your place through excellence. You just get to be there. And for a lot of people, that is unfamiliar enough to feel emotional, especially if you were raised in environments where being impressive was safer than being honest, where competence got rewarded more than vulnerability, where being low maintenance, talented, mature, or exceptional became your way of securing affection. If that was your pattern, then being deeply understood can feel almost disorienting at first, because it asks you to stop hiding in your strengths. It asks you to be met in your humanity instead. And that can feel terrifying. But it can also feel like coming home. Because eventually, most people get tired of being admired at a distance. They want something closer. Something truer. Something that reaches past the image and touches the life underneath it. And maybe that is one of the most soothing truths about happiness. That peace does not come from being endlessly impressive. It comes from finding spaces where your real self does not have to audition for love, where your presence is not a performance, where your humanity is not too much, where being known feels safer than being admired. And once you experience that, even briefly, a lot of what used to matter starts losing its shine. Because no amount of applause can compete with the relief of finally being seen correctly. You suffer less when you stop narrating everything. One of the quietest ways people make themselves miserable is by constantly turning their life into a story while it is still happening. Not living it, not feeling it, not letting it be what it is, narrating it, interpreting it, assigning meaning to every little thing in real time, as if every moment has to explain something about who they are, where their life is going, and what this all means. And that habit is exhausting, because life is already hard enough without mentally adding a dramatic voiceover to every emotion, every silence, every inconvenience, every interaction, every delay, every shift in mood, every unread message, every strange look, every uncertain moment. A lot of people are not just experiencing pain, they are building an entire psychological documentary around it. And that second layer is often where the suffering really takes hold. The mind is incredibly good at creating narrative. That is one of its core functions. It wants to organize experience into something coherent. It wants to know why things happened, what they say about you, what they predict about the future, how they fit into the larger arc of your life. In moderation, that can be useful. Reflection matters. Meaning matters. Pattern recognition matters. But when narration becomes constant, it stops helping and starts interfering. Because not every feeling needs analysis. Not every bad day needs a lesson. Not every awkward interaction needs a full emotional autopsy. Not every moment of uncertainty needs to be turned into a sign. Sometimes a mood is just a mood. Sometimes a person is just distracted. Sometimes a day feels off for no profound reason at all. And if you do not allow that possibility, your mind starts making your life much heavier than it needs to be. This is one of the most overlooked reasons people feel so chronically overwhelmed. They are not just carrying their experiences. they are carrying the non-stop commentary attached to them. You can see this everywhere once you notice it. Someone feels distant for a few hours, and the mind immediately starts building a whole story. Maybe I said something wrong. Maybe they are pulling away. Maybe this always happens. Maybe I am too much. Maybe this is the beginning of the end. A plan changes and suddenly it becomes evidence that nothing ever works out. You feel tired for 2 days, and now your mind is narrating a collapse. You are unmotivated for a week, and now it must mean you are falling behind, wasting your life, becoming someone you will regret. That is not just stress. That is narrative inflation. And it can quietly poison your peace. Because once the mind starts assigning too much meaning to every fluctuation, your inner world becomes unstable. You are no longer responding to reality as it is. You are responding to your interpretation of reality, and those are often two very different things. One is grounded. The other is layered with fear, memory, projection, and emotional habit. This matters a lot because the nervous system reacts not only to what is happening, but to what the mind believes is happening. So when your inner narration is constantly catastrophic, self-critical, or emotionally loaded, your body stays activated even during relatively ordinary moments. Your system cannot relax because the story in your head keeps telling it there is always something to solve, decode, prevent, or emotionally prepare for. That is a brutal way to live, and it is more common than people realize, especially among people who are intelligent, self-aware, sensitive, or used to surviving through hypervigilance. If your mind has learned that constant interpretation keeps you safe, then silence can feel irresponsible. Not narrating everything can feel naive. Letting things be unclear can feel threatening. You may genuinely believe that if you stop mentally tracking every emotional shift, you will miss something important. But often, what you miss by over-narrating is your actual life. You miss the directness of experience, the simple truth of this moment before your mind turns it into evidence. You miss the chance to just feel sad without deciding what your sadness says about you. To feel uncertain without making uncertainty your identity. To let a conversation be incomplete without deciding it means rejection. To let a day be weird without writing a whole prophecy around it. That kind of restraint is deeply peaceful. And it is not avoidance. It is maturity. It is knowing when thought has crossed the line from insight into self-disturbance. One of the most soothing things you can realize is that you do not need to constantly explain your life to yourself in order to live it well. In fact, many of the best parts of life become more available when you stop trying to narrate them so aggressively. Joy is harder to feel when your mind is busy observing it from the outside. Connection gets thinner when part of you is always translating it into future meaning. Rest becomes almost impossible when your brain keeps interrupting it with commentary about what this moment should be doing for your healing, your growth, or your progress. Sometimes peace is not found by understanding more. Sometimes it is found by interpreting less. That does not mean becoming thoughtless. It means becoming less entangled. It means allowing some experiences to remain unfinished, unlabeled, unresolved. Not because they do not matter, but because not everything meaningful arrives with immediate clarity, and forcing clarity too soon can actually distort what is true. A lot of healing is just learning how to stop mentally touching every bruise all day. To stop checking if it still hurts. To stop reopening things through obsessive inner commentary. to stop turning every passing emotion into a permanent self-concept. That softens a person, not because life becomes easier, but because the mind becomes less violent toward what life already is. And from there, happiness starts feeling less complicated too. Not because every problem disappears, but because your suffering is no longer being multiplied by endless internal narration. You begin to understand that not every thought deserves your trust. Not every interpretation deserves your loyalty. Not every story your mind tells in a vulnerable moment deserves to become your reality. That realization creates space, breathing room, a little more silence between the moment and the meaning. And in that silence, something incredibly healing can happen. You begin to live a little closer to the truth of things. Less filtered, less dramatized, less emotionally edited. And there is a kind of peace that only becomes possible once you stop trying to turn every passing moment into a chapter. Because life is not always trying to say something. Sometimes it is just happening, and sometimes that is exactly what makes it easier to survive. Inner safety changes what happiness feels like. For a long time, a lot of people think happiness is supposed to feel exciting. Bright, expansive, obvious. Something you would recognize instantly. Something that would sweep into your life and finally overpower all the heaviness, all the tension, all the doubt, and all the old pain. They imagine happiness as a strong emotional event, a feeling so clear and undeniable that it would leave no room for confusion. But that is not always how it works. Sometimes the biggest reason happiness feels hard to recognize is because your body has never really felt safe enough to receive it. That changes everything. Because if your inner world has been shaped by fear, unpredictability, criticism, emotional instability, abandonment, pressure, or chronic stress, then your idea of what feels normal gets distorted. You can start living in a state where tension feels familiar, vigilance feels responsible, and peace feels almost suspicious. Not because you want to suffer, but because your nervous system has adapted to a life where being on guard made sense. And once that adaptation becomes your baseline, happiness starts showing up in a completely different form. Not as a huge emotional high, but as a lack of threat, as ease. As a body that is no longer preparing for impact. That can feel underwhelming if you are expecting fireworks, but it can also be one of the most life-changing realizations a person has. Because inner safety changes what happiness feels like. It makes happiness quieter, more subtle, more sustainable, and much more honest. A lot of people spend years chasing the emotional version of happiness while unknowingly ignoring the physiological one. They look for more pleasure, more passion, more stimulation, more meaning, more certainty. But if the body underneath all of that is still braced, suspicious, or emotionally armored, then even beautiful experiences can have trouble landing. They might touch you for a moment, but they do not stay. They do not settle. They do not become part of your lived reality. This is why some people can have objectively good things in their life and still feel strangely disconnected from them. Not because they are ungrateful, but because safety is what allows goodness to actually register. Without inner safety, happiness can feel slippery, temporary, almost theoretical. You know it should be enough, but it does not fully reach you. And that can be deeply frustrating, especially if you are someone who has worked hard to heal, to grow, to build a better life, and still finds yourself unable to feel as okay as you thought you would by now. But often, The missing piece is not more achievement. It is more internal permission to stop defending yourself against life. That is what inner safety really is. Not the belief that nothing bad will ever happen, but the growing sense that you can exist without constantly scanning for emotional danger. That your body does not have to remain on alert just to get through a normal day. That your worth is not under attack every time something goes wrong. That closeness does not automatically mean loss. That rest does not mean laziness. That uncertainty does not mean collapse. These shifts are profound, even if they happen quietly, because they change the emotional texture of everything. When inner safety starts growing, ordinary moments begin to feel different. You stop needing constant reassurance just to stay regulated. You stop reading every delay as rejection. You stop interpreting every hard feeling as proof that your life is off track. You become less reactive, less brittle, less dependent on external conditions to tell you whether you are okay. And that is where a much deeper form of happiness begins to emerge. Not happiness as performance. Not happiness as perfection. Not happiness as nonstop positivity. Happiness as enoughness, as internal spaciousness, as the simple, almost holy feeling of not being at war with your own experience all the time. That kind of happiness is easy to miss if you are only looking for dramatic emotion, because it often feels like relief before it feels like joy. It feels like your shoulders dropping. It feels like your mind not racing. It feels like hearing bad news and not instantly spiraling into identity-level panic. It feels like being able to enjoy a good moment without immediately preparing for the loss of it. It feels like not needing to control every variable just to feel okay. And if you have spent a long time without that, those shifts can feel almost miraculous. There is real science behind this too. When the nervous system senses safety, the body becomes more available for connection, curiosity, play, digestion, rest, and emotional openness. In simple terms, you become more biologically capable of experiencing life as enjoyable. You can notice beauty more easily. You can stay present longer. You can feel affection without immediately tensing around it. You can access parts of yourself that are simply unavailable when survival mode is running the show. That is not just healing. That is a whole different relationship to happiness. And it can be strangely emotional to realize how much of what you were calling unhappiness was actually unsafety. How many years were spent trying to think your way into peace while your body was still carrying old alarms? How many choices were made from self-protection instead of self-trust? How many relationships, environments, and routines kept reinforcing the idea that being tense was normal? That grief is real, but it is clarifying too. Because once you understand that inner safety changes the shape of happiness, you stop chasing the wrong thing. You stop demanding that happiness arrive as intensity. You stop assuming that if something is calm, it must be boring. You stop mistaking peace for emptiness simply because your body is unfamiliar with not being activated. And slowly, what once felt flat starts feeling full. Not because your life suddenly becomes perfect, but because your body is no longer filtering every experience through fear. That is an enormous shift, and it can make even small moments feel deeply alive. A warm drink, a kind voice, a slow evening, a conversation that does not leave you confused, a home that does not make your nervous system tighten, a version of yourself that no longer needs to stay guarded every second. That is not small happiness. That is foundational happiness. the kind that does not depend on constant excitement to prove itself, the kind that does not need to shout in order to be real. And maybe one of the kindest truths you can hear is this: if happiness has felt harder to access than it should, it may not be because you are doing life wrong. It may be because the part of you that receives joy has been waiting, very patiently, to finally feel safe enough to let it in. Not every desire deserves to be followed. One of the most dangerous ideas people absorb without realizing it is this: if you want something strongly enough, you should trust that feeling. That sounds empowering on the surface. It sounds honest, romantic even. Follow your heart. Listen to your gut. Chase what pulls you. Go where the energy is. We hear these messages constantly, and they can be useful in certain moments. Desire does matter. Intuition does matter. There are times when wanting something is a signal that part of you is trying to come alive. But not every desire is wisdom. Some desires are just wounds wearing urgency, and if you do not learn how to tell the difference, you can spend years mistaking compulsion for truth. That mistake costs people a lot. Because desire is persuasive. It can make something feel meaningful just because it feels intense. It can make a person seem right for you simply because they activate your deepest patterns. It can make a lifestyle seem aligned when it is really just seductive. It can make self-destruction look like freedom, obsession look like passion, and emotional instability look like aliveness. And when you are inside that feeling, it can be incredibly hard to see clearly. Because wanting has momentum. It creates a story. It floods the mind with possibility and the body with energy. It gives you something to chase. And for many people, the chase itself becomes emotionally addictive. Not because the thing they want is actually nourishing, but because wanting temporarily protects them from having to sit with themselves. That is one of the hardest truths about desire. Sometimes what feels exciting is not calling you forward. It is helping you avoid stillness, avoid grief, avoid emptiness, avoid the much quieter work of asking what you actually need. This matters because human beings do not only desire what is good for them, they often desire what is familiar, and familiar is not always safe. A person who grew up around inconsistency may feel intensely drawn to emotionally unavailable people. Not because that dynamic is healthy, but because the nervous system already knows how to organize around it. Someone who was only valued when they achieved may feel constantly pulled toward burnout and overwork. Not because success is bad, but because proving has become emotionally fused with worth. Someone who has not fully processed loneliness may keep chasing attention that feels electric but leaves them emptier every time. These are not random preferences. They are often psychological patterns. And if you never question your desires, you can end up obeying patterns that were shaped in pain. That is not freedom. That is repetition. A lot of suffering comes from treating every internal pull like it deserves your loyalty. It does not. Some desires are asking to be followed. Others are asking to be understood. That is a life-changing distinction. Because once you understand that, you stop assuming that wanting something means it belongs in your life. You become more curious, more discerning, more willing to pause before you let intensity make your decisions for you. You start asking different questions. Is this desire making me more honest or more fragmented? Does this pull bring me closer to peace or further from myself? Do I want this because it is good for me or because it temporarily relieves something deeper? Those are not small questions. They can save people years, and they can save people from building lives around appetites that were never going to satisfy them. Psychologically, this is deeply real. The brain is often drawn toward immediate reward, emotional novelty, and familiar emotional loops. It does not automatically prioritize long-term well-being. It prioritizes what feels compelling in the moment, especially if that thing promises relief, validation, stimulation, or escape. That is why discipline and self-awareness matter so much. Not because desire is the enemy, but because desire alone is not a trustworthy architect for a peaceful life. A peaceful life usually requires some sacred disappointment. The disappointment of not giving yourself everything you crave. The disappointment of not feeding every urge just because it arrived loudly. The disappointment of walking away from what excites your patterns in order to protect what steadies your soul. That kind of disappointment can feel brutal in the short term, but it often becomes mercy later, because many of the things that disturb your peace do not enter your life by force. They enter because some part of you wanted them badly enough to open the door. That is a sobering thought, but also an empowering one, because it means your happiness is not only shaped by what happens to you, it is shaped by what you repeatedly choose to entertain, what you give your attention to, what you keep moving toward, what you keep justifying because it feels alive. This is where emotional maturity changes everything. Maturity is not the absence of desire. It is the ability to sit in the presence of desire without automatically becoming obedient to it. To feel the pull and still ask whether following it would actually deepen your life. To want something and still say no. To be seduced by a possibility and still remain loyal to your own peace. That is real power, and it is deeply connected to happiness. Because a lot of happiness is not built through addition. It is built through refusal. Refusing the patterns that keep costing you yourself. Refusing the impulses that leave your nervous system wrecked. Refusing to keep romanticizing what only knows how to destabilize you. Refusing to confuse emotional charge with emotional truth. That kind of refusal is not deprivation. It is self-respect. It is how people slowly create lives that feel cleaner, quieter, and more whole. Lives with less inner conflict. Less chaos disguised as chemistry. Less longing for things that were never going to love them back. And yes, that can feel less dramatic, less thrilling, less cinematic, but it is often far more peaceful. And peace has a depth that desire cannot imitate, because desire is always reaching. Peace knows when enough has arrived. That is why one of the most soothing truths about happiness is this: you do not have to follow every part of you that wants. Some desires are not maps, they are echoes. And your life becomes gentler the moment you stop treating every craving like a calling. Peace often arrives before meaning does. There is a very common kind of suffering that comes from believing your life has to make perfect sense before you are allowed to feel okay inside it. A lot of people do this without even realizing it. They keep waiting for clarity before they let themselves rest. Waiting for certainty before they trust anything. Waiting for a grand explanation before they stop resisting where they are. They tell themselves, once I understand what this phase means, once I know where this is going, once I can see the bigger picture, then I will finally relax. But life does not always work that way. In fact, one of the kindest and most surprising truths about happiness is that peace often arrives before meaning does. That can feel almost offensive to the part of the mind that wants everything organized and narratively complete. Because we are deeply attached to the idea that understanding should come first. That if something painful or confusing is happening, there must be a lesson attached to it, a purpose behind it, some future explanation that will make the whole thing feel justified. And sometimes there is. Sometimes life does reveal itself beautifully in hindsight, but not always on your timeline, and not always in a way your mind can immediately hold. A lot of people are emotionally exhausting themselves, trying to force meaning out of experiences that are still unfolding. They are trying to decode heartbreak while they are still bleeding from it. Trying to understand a season of emptiness while they are still inside the fog of it. Trying to explain who they are becoming before they have even had enough time to stop being who they were. That pressure makes everything heavier. Because not only are you carrying the experience itself, you are carrying the demand that it must make sense right now. And that demand can quietly destroy your peace. The human mind hates ambiguity. It wants closure. It wants sequence. It wants to know why things happened and what they are for. That is understandable. Meaning gives people stability. It helps them feel less helpless. It turns pain into a narrative instead of just a wound. But the problem is, the need for meaning can become so urgent that it starts interfering with your ability to simply be with what is true. You start interrogating your life instead of inhabiting it. You start analyzing every shift, every loss, every pause, every strange emotional season, trying to wring a lesson out of it before it has had time to become one. And that can make even ordinary uncertainty feel unbearable. Because now uncertainty is not just uncomfortable. It is unacceptable. It feels like a problem you must solve before you are allowed to feel settled again. But what if that is backwards? What if peace is not the reward for finally understanding your life? What if peace is what allows understanding to arrive later? That is a very different way of relating to uncertainty. And for a lot of people, it is deeply relieving. Because it means you do not have to force a meaning onto every phase just to survive it. You do not have to rush your grief into wisdom. You do not have to turn every confusing chapter into a personal growth seminar, while it is still actively dismantling you. You do not have to know exactly who you are becoming in order to soften where you are. Sometimes the healthiest thing you can do is stop asking, "What does this mean?" and start asking, "What would make this moment a little less hostile to my nervous system?" That question is often far more healing, because peace is not always philosophical. Sometimes it is physical. Sometimes it is a slower morning, a safer conversation, a little less pressure, a little less self-interrogation, a little more sleep, a little more permission to not know yet. And those things matter more than people realize. Because when your body starts calming down, your relationship to uncertainty changes. It stops feeling like a threat and starts feeling like a space that has not fully revealed itself yet. That is a much gentler place to live from. A much more human one. You do not need to understand everything in order to be in contact with life. You just need enough inner steadiness to stop fighting the fact that some things are not clear yet. That kind of steadiness is not passive. It is deeply mature. It is the ability to remain kind to yourself inside unfinished chapters. To stop treating confusion like failure. To stop believing that every pause in your life needs to be immediately redeemed by insight. That is a huge shift, because so many people have internalized the idea that if they cannot explain what they are going through, then they must be lost. But being unable to name a season does not mean it is meaningless. It may simply mean the season is still becoming itself. It may mean you are in the middle of something that will only make sense from further away. And there is a lot of peace in accepting that, not because uncertainty suddenly becomes pleasant, but because you stop turning it into an emergency. You stop demanding that your life reveal its entire architecture before you let yourself breathe. You stop needing every hard thing to justify itself in real time. And slowly that creates room. Room for your body to settle. Room for your mind to loosen. Room for experience to ripen into understanding naturally instead of through force. That is how meaning often actually arrives. Not through obsession, through distance, through soft attention, through living long enough with a thing that its shape finally becomes visible on its own. And by then, something beautiful has usually happened. You have already begun healing before the explanation fully arrived. You have already become stronger, softer, wiser, or more honest without needing a neat narrative to hold it all together. That is one of the most comforting truths there is. You do not need to understand your life perfectly in order to live it peacefully. Sometimes peace comes first. Sometimes peace is the first sign that you are no longer at war with not knowing. And maybe that is enough for now. Maybe more than enough. Because there is a very specific kind of freedom in realizing that your life does not have to become immediately meaningful in order to be worth inhabiting. Sometimes meaning takes its time, but peace can still sit beside you while you wait. Some of your best joy needs no witness. There is a kind of happiness that disappears the moment you imagine how it looks from the outside. That is a very strange thing to notice. You can be having a perfectly good moment, a genuinely peaceful moment, and then the second your mind turns outward and starts wondering how it appears, whether it is meaningful enough, beautiful enough, productive enough, shareable enough, suddenly something in it goes flat. The life drains out of it a little. You are still technically there, but not fully. Part of you has stepped outside the experience and begun observing it instead of living it. And that split costs people more joy than they realize, because a lot of modern life quietly trains you to seek witness before you seek depth. Not just in the obvious social media sense, though that is part of it. I mean more generally. The habit of evaluating your own life through imagined eyes. The internal audience. The subtle urge to make your experiences legible, aesthetic, narratable, or emotionally impressive enough to count. The feeling that if something beautiful happens and nobody sees it, then maybe it was not fully real. That is a very painful distortion. Because some of the best joy in your life will not perform well. It will not photograph well. It will not sound important in conversation. It will not give you a story to tell, and yet it may nourish you more deeply than almost anything else. A quiet meal you actually tasted. A walk where your thoughts finally softened. Music in a dim room. A laugh that happened naturally. A morning where nobody needed anything from you. The strange relief of doing something slowly without turning it into self-improvement. These moments are not always dramatic, but they are alive. And part of what makes them so alive is that they are unobserved, unpressured, untranslated. There is no audience to satisfy, no image to maintain, no version of yourself to perform. Just contact. Just experience. just you and the thing itself. That is a kind of intimacy people do not talk about enough. The intimacy of being with your own life without immediately trying to convert it into proof. Proof that you are happy. Proof that you are healing. Proof that your life is meaningful. Proof that you are becoming someone. That need for proof is exhausting, and it quietly interferes with your ability to receive what is already here. Because once every good moment becomes something you mentally hold up for evaluation, it stops being free. It becomes content. It becomes evidence. It becomes something your ego wants to frame, preserve, or display. And the more that happens, the harder it becomes to access the raw texture of joy itself. The actual feeling of being in it. This matters more than it seems. Because happiness is not just about what happens to you, it is about how available you are to what happens. And availability requires privacy sometimes, not secrecy. Privacy. The emotional privacy of letting a moment belong to you before it belongs to language, memory, identity, or performance. That is where some of the purest forms of joy live. In experiences that are not trying to become anything. A lot of people do not realize how rarely they let themselves have an experience without immediately placing it in a larger narrative. This means I am getting better. This means I am finally in the right phase of life. This means I should remember this forever. This means I need to tell someone. This means I should capture it. This means I should do this more. And while none of those thoughts are wrong, they can pull you out of direct contact with what is happening. The mind loves to archive. The soul often just wants to feel. And the more your life becomes externally mediated, the more sacred private joy becomes. Not because sharing is bad. Sharing can be beautiful. Witness can be healing. Being seen in your happiness can be deeply connective. But not all joy wants company. Some joy becomes more itself when no one is looking. That is hard to trust at first, especially in a world that constantly encourages display. There is this subtle pressure to make your life visible in order to make it valid. To package your experiences in a way that confirms they happened, mattered, counted. And if you are not careful, you start living in a way that prioritizes witness over presence. That trade is expensive, because witness can never fully replace intimacy, and there is no intimacy more foundational than the one you have with your own life when you are actually inside it. No commentary, no performance, no imagined eyes, just enough stillness to feel what something really is. That kind of stillness can be deeply emotional, especially if you are used to measuring your life by how it lands externally. If you have spent years trying to be understood, admired, validated, or mirrored back to yourself through other people, then private joy can feel strangely quiet at first. Almost too quiet. It may not give you the same rush. It may not feel as emotionally loud. But over time, it starts offering something far more nourishing. It gives you self-contact, and self-contact is one of the most underrated ingredients of happiness. To enjoy something without needing permission. To let beauty touch you without needing to explain it. To have a moment that belongs only to your nervous system, your heart, your body, your small private aliveness. That does something important. It teaches you that not every good thing needs to become part of your identity in order to matter. Some things matter simply because they softened you, because they steadied you, because they reminded you, however briefly, that being alive can still feel gentle. That is enough. More than enough. And maybe this is one of the most soothing truths about happiness. Some of your deepest joy will never be visible in a dramatic way. No one will clap for it. No one may even know it happened. But it will still count. It will still shape you. It will still feed parts of you that performance never could. Because not every beautiful thing in your life is meant to be witnessed. Some of it is meant to be inhabited, and sometimes the moment stops becoming profound the second you ask it to prove that it is. So if a quiet joy visits you, however small, however ordinary, however unimpressive it may seem from the outside, let it stay private if it wants to. Let it remain unannounced. Let it belong to your real life, not just your visible one. Because some of the truest happiness you will ever feel is the kind that does not need anyone else to confirm it was real. A life with less drama can feel more alive. A lot of people do not realize how addicted they are to emotional noise until life finally gets quieter and they mistake the quiet for emptiness. That moment can be incredibly confusing, because for years, maybe even your whole life, aliveness may have been tangled up with tension, with unpredictability, with longing, with emotional highs and lows so intense they gave your inner world a constant sense of movement. There was always something to react to, chase, fix, decode, recover from, or obsess over. And as exhausting as that was, it also made life feel vivid in a certain way. Not peaceful, but vivid. So when the chaos starts leaving, when the drama fades, when the emotional weather becomes less extreme, part of you may not feel relieved right away. Part of you may feel strangely underwhelmed, almost bored. And that is where a lot of people get tricked. They assume the absence of drama means the absence of life. But those are not the same thing, not even close. In fact, one of the most surprising truths about happiness is that a life with less drama can actually feel more alive once your system learns how to receive a different kind of intensity. Because drama is not depth. Drama is stimulation. And stimulation can be very convincing. It can make a relationship feel important because it keeps you emotionally activated. It can make a lifestyle feel meaningful because it never gives your mind a chance to settle. It can make pain feel like passion and confusion feel like chemistry. When your nervous system is used to intensity, stillness can feel flat simply because it is not flooding you with the familiar signals of urgency and significance. But urgency is not the same thing as aliveness. A lot of what people call being alive is actually just being overstimulated. And overstimulation has a way of disguising itself as meaning. You can see this in relationships all the time. People mistake emotional inconsistency for passion because the unpredictability keeps them mentally engaged. They think the constant analyzing, waiting, hoping, and recovering means they must really care. But often, what they are feeling is not love. It is activation. It is a nervous system caught in a cycle of anticipation and relief. That can feel electric, but it is not always nourishing. The same thing happens with work, goals, social life, even personal growth. There can be this constant pressure to stay emotionally charged in order to feel like your life matters. Always evolving, always processing, always becoming, always in some kind of story. And if there is no story, if nothing dramatic is happening, if your life is simply stable and breathable and somewhat ordinary, the mind may start whispering, "Is this it? Is this all?" But that question is often being asked by the part of you that only learned how to feel alive through disruption. That part is not bad. It is just conditioned. And conditioning can change. This is where things get really beautiful, Because once your system begins to heal, your definition of aliveness starts changing too. You stop needing life to constantly provoke you in order to feel connected to it. You begin noticing forms of vitality that were invisible to the version of you that only knew how to respond to extremes. You feel more from less. A breeze through the window. A body that is not clenched. Conversation that leaves you softer instead of more confused. A day that does not require recovery. A relationship that feels steady enough for your actual personality to come out. That is aliveness too. A quieter one, but often a much truer one. Psychologically, this makes a lot of sense. The brain adapts to intensity. If you have lived in chronic stress, emotional unpredictability, or high stimulation for long enough, your baseline for what feels normal gets distorted. Calm can feel dull simply because your system has not recalibrated yet. But as that recalibration happens, your sensitivity returns in a different way. You become more available to subtle pleasure, subtle connection, subtle beauty. Things that once felt too quiet to matter start feeling rich. And that is a profound shift, because now your life does not have to be chaotic to feel full. It can be simple and still feel deeply alive. This is one of the most underrated forms of healing. To stop confusing peace with deadness, to stop assuming that if your life is no longer emotionally loud, it must be lacking something. To realize that maybe what was missing before was not more drama. Maybe it was your capacity to feel life without needing it to wound or overwhelm you first. That realization can be almost grief-inducing, because it shows you how much suffering you may have normalized in the name of feeling something. How many patterns you may have romanticized because they kept your inner world moving. How many situations you stayed loyal to because they made you feel intense, even if they were quietly draining the life out of you. That grief is real, but so is the freedom on the other side of it. Because once you stop feeding on drama, you start hungering for things that actually sustain you. Clarity, spaciousness, emotional honesty, environments that do not scramble your mind. People who do not require constant interpretation, a version of daily life that does not constantly agitate your nervous system. And the more you let those things in, the more alive you become in a completely different register. Not as a reaction, as a presence. That is the key difference. Drama makes you reactive. Peace makes you present. And presence is where a lot of real happiness lives. Not in the rush of being thrown around by life, but in the quiet miracle of actually being here for it, feeling it, tasting it, hearing it, noticing it, letting it move through you without needing it to be bigger, louder, or more complicated in order to count. That kind of aliveness is not less powerful. It is just less performative, less exhausting, less expensive. And maybe that is one of the most comforting truths about happiness. A life does not have to be dramatic to be deeply felt. Sometimes the most alive you will ever feel is not in the chaos. It is in the calm that finally gives your soul enough room to come back. Emotional sobriety is a hidden form of happiness. There is a kind of peace that only becomes available when you stop needing every feeling to be amplified. That might sound strange at first, especially in a world that constantly tells you to feel more, chase more, express more, become more. We are surrounded by the idea that a full life should be emotionally intense, passionate, dramatic, euphoric, deeply consuming. If something is meaningful, we assume it should hit hard. If something is right, we assume it should overwhelm us in a beautiful way. But that assumption quietly causes a lot of suffering, because it can make ordinary emotional steadiness feel like a lack. It can make calm seem boring. It can make moderation feel lifeless. And it can leave people constantly searching for stronger emotional experiences in order to feel like they are really living. That search is exhausting and often deeply destabilizing. A lot of people do not realize how dependent they have become on emotional intoxication. Not necessarily through substances, though that can be part of it. I mean a broader kind of intoxication. The craving for intensity itself, the need to be consumed by something, a person, a fantasy, a crisis, a breakthrough, a desire, a mood, a fixation. Anything that pulls you out of the flatness of ordinary life and makes you feel flooded with significance again. And when you live like that long enough, emotional steadiness can feel almost invisible. Not because it is empty, but because it does not spike you. That is where emotional sobriety starts to matter, and it matters a lot more than most people realize. Emotional sobriety is not numbness. It is not repression. It is not becoming cold, detached, or robotic. It is something much more honest and much more liberating than that. It is the ability to feel deeply without constantly needing to be overtaken. To experience emotion without making it your ruler. To have desires, sadness, attraction, fear, hope, disappointment, even excitement, without immediately turning them into a whole identity, a whole story, a whole crisis, a whole destiny. That is a very different way of being alive. And for a lot of people, it is one of the most hidden forms of happiness there is. Because when you become emotionally sober, life stops throwing you around as violently. Your inner world becomes less dramatic, less chaotic, less exhausting to inhabit. You stop mistaking every emotional wave for a command. You stop obeying every urge just because it arrived loudly. You stop building your whole sense of self around what you happen to be feeling in a vulnerable moment. That does not make life less meaningful. It makes it more livable, and livable is deeply underrated. A lot of unhappiness comes from emotional over-identification. The habit of becoming whatever you feel in the moment. If you feel lonely, now your life must be empty. If you feel uncertain, now everything must be falling apart. If you feel desire, now it must mean this thing is meant for you. If you feel rejected, now your worth must be in question. The mind takes temporary emotional states and turns them into total realities. That is a brutal way to move through life. Because emotions are real, but they are not always reliable narrators. They are signals. They are weather. They are often asking to be noticed, understood, metabolized. But they are not always asking to be obeyed. That distinction changes everything. Once you start living from that place, your whole relationship to happiness becomes more stable. You no longer need to feel incredible in order to feel okay. You no longer interpret every dip in mood as evidence that something is wrong. You no longer chase emotional highs with the same desperation because you know they are not the only access point to aliveness. That is where a much quieter, steadier kind of joy begins. Not joy as ecstasy. Joy as groundedness. Joy as self-trust. Joy as the relief of not being emotionally hijacked all the time. That kind of happiness is easy to overlook because it does not announce itself loudly. It often feels like less at first. Less chaos, less obsession, less spiraling, less urgency, less need to turn every feeling into a full internal event. But what you lose in drama, you gain in freedom. And freedom is deeply pleasurable. There is something almost sacred about not being at the mercy of every emotional current that passes through you. To want something and not collapse into it. To feel hurt and not build your whole identity around the wound. To feel attraction and still think clearly. To feel sadness and still remain rooted in yourself. To feel excitement without immediately surrendering your peace to it. That is emotional sobriety, and it can make life feel so much gentler. Psychologically, this is tied to regulation, impulse control, emotional differentiation, and self-awareness. But underneath all of those terms is a very human shift. You stop needing emotion to be huge in order for it to count. You stop believing that if a feeling is intense, it must be important. You stop glorifying the states that most destabilize you. And in doing so, you create a life that is not built around constant recovery from your own reactions. That is a form of peace many people do not even realize is possible. Especially if they grew up in environments where emotion was always loud, unpredictable, manipulative, or overwhelming. In those cases, emotional sobriety can feel almost suspicious at first. Too quiet, too plain, too neutral, but over time it begins to reveal itself as one of the most nourishing things a person can experience, because now your life is not constantly being dictated by the loudest thing you feel. Now there is space. Space to choose, space to pause, space to let a feeling pass without turning it into fate. And that space changes everything. It changes how you love, how you rest, how you work, how you respond, how you suffer, how you heal. It does not remove pain, but it removes so much unnecessary self-disturbance. And maybe that is one of the most soothing truths about happiness. You do not need to be emotionally intoxicated to feel deeply alive. Sometimes one of the happiest things that can happen to a person is this. Your inner world becomes calm enough that your feelings stop running your life and start becoming something you can hold with honesty, dignity, and peace. The self you stop performing is the self that rests. There is a kind of exhaustion that sleep does not fix. You can go to bed early, drink the water, take the break, cancel the plans, even do all the right things to care for yourself, and still feel deeply tired in a way that has nothing to do with your body being physically overworked. Because some fatigue does not come from doing too much. It comes from being too many versions of yourself all the time. That kind of tiredness is harder to explain. It is the tiredness of constantly managing how you come across. The tiredness of editing your tone, your reactions, your needs, your personality, your honesty, your emotions, your boundaries, your softness, your intelligence, your flaws, your opinions, your ambition, your vulnerability. The tiredness of trying to stay lovable, acceptable, useful, attractive, calm, impressive, unbothered, self-aware, easy to be around, and emotionally appropriate in every room you enter. That is a lot to carry. And most people are carrying far more of it than they realize. Because performance is not always obvious. It is not just public speaking or social media or pretending to be someone you are clearly not. Most performance is much quieter than that. It is woven into ordinary interactions. It lives in the subtle adjustments you make to stay safe, liked, admired, chosen, or hard to criticize. It lives in the version of yourself that knows exactly what to say to keep things smooth. The version that withholds the inconvenient truth. The version that laughs when something does not feel funny. The version that knows how to seem okay even when you are not. And when you do that often enough, you can become very disconnected from how much effort it is costing you, until one day you are just tired all the time. Not because your life is necessarily too full, but because your selfhood has become labor. That is one of the most overlooked reasons people feel so emotionally drained. They are not only living their lives, they are performing their way through them. And the nervous system can feel that. It can feel the difference between being present and being managed, between being honest and being optimized, between resting and simply withdrawing for a moment before returning to the role. That difference matters more than people think. Because real rest does not just come from pausing activity. It comes from no longer having to hold yourself together so tightly. That is why the self you stop performing is often the self that finally begins to rest. Not because all your problems disappear, but because your body no longer has to spend so much energy maintaining a version of you that is built for survival rather than truth. There is something deeply regulating about being in a space where you do not have to edit yourself so aggressively. A space where your face can soften, your tone can flatten, your silence does not need to be explained, your emotions do not need to be made palatable, your personality does not need to be polished into something easier for other people to digest. That kind of space can feel almost holy if you have gone too long without it, because for many people, performance started early. They learned that certain parts of themselves got better outcomes than others. Maybe competence got praised. Maybe calmness kept conflict down. Maybe humor made pain more tolerable. Maybe being mature, helpful, low maintenance, emotionally intelligent, or endlessly understanding became the safest way to stay connected. And over time, those adaptive versions of the self can become so practiced that they stop feeling like performances at all. They just start feeling like you. But that does not mean they are the whole truth, and it definitely does not mean they are restful. There is a huge difference between being appreciated for what you offer and being safe enough to stop offering all the time. That second experience changes a person, because once you stop performing, even briefly, you begin to notice how much of your life has been organized around anticipation, anticipating reactions, anticipating needs, anticipating judgment, anticipating how to stay emotionally manageable. That constant self-monitoring creates a low-grade tension that many people have mistaken for personality. They think they are just naturally anxious, naturally overthinking, naturally exhausted, naturally intense, but often they are simply over-adapted. And over-adaptation is tiring, very tiring. This is why being deeply accepted can feel almost physically relieving. Not admired, not praised. Accepted. The kind of acceptance that does not require you to be especially articulate, especially healed, especially interesting, especially agreeable, or especially anything. Just human. Contradictory. Sometimes quiet. Sometimes messy. Sometimes unfinished. That kind of acceptance lets the body exhale. And that exhale is a form of happiness. A very underrated one. Because happiness is not always pleasure. Sometimes happiness is the absence of internal effort, the absence of image management, the absence of trying so hard to be someone who will not create discomfort. That may sound small, but it is huge. It means your body is no longer burning energy on concealment, no longer rehearsing, no longer maintaining, no longer living at a slight angle to itself. That is when rest becomes real. Not just physical rest, identity rest, emotional rest, relational rest. The kind of rest that comes when your inner and outer self stop being in quiet conflict And no, this does not mean you will never adapt again. Some degree of social shaping is normal. Human beings are relational. We all adjust. We all translate ourselves differently in different spaces. That is not the problem. The problem is when there is nowhere you get to stop. Nowhere your nervous system gets to come home. Nowhere your full humanity can exist without being filtered into something more acceptable. That absence creates profound fatigue. But the opposite creates profound relief. To not have to impress. To not have to explain. To not have to package your pain in a way that is easy to receive. To not have to stay composed in order to stay connected. That is not laziness. That is restoration. And maybe this is one of the most soothing truths about happiness. The version of you that is most rested will probably not be the most polished one. It will not be the most strategic one. It will not be the most impressive one. It will be the one who no longer has to earn softness through performance. The one who gets to put the costume down. The one who is no longer spending every waking moment trying to be acceptable enough to stay loved. Because when that version of you finally gets room to exist, even for a little while, something beautiful happens. You stop merely functioning, and you start feeling, maybe for the first time in a long time, what it is like to actually be at ease inside your own life. Happiness sometimes looks like lower expectations. One of the gentlest and most offensive truths about happiness is that sometimes it has less to do with getting a better life and more to do with expecting less theater from the life you already have. People do not love hearing that, because lower expectations can sound like surrender, like giving up, like becoming smaller, less ambitious, less alive. It can sound like settling for a life that does not fully satisfy you. And in a culture built on self-optimization, grand potential, and endless emotional upgrading, the idea of expecting less can feel almost insulting. But that reaction usually comes from misunderstanding what lower expectations actually means. It does not mean wanting nothing. It does not mean abandoning your standards. It does not mean shrinking your desires until life becomes flat and lifeless. It means releasing the fantasy that every part of life is supposed to feel more emotionally rewarding, more meaningful, more beautiful, more exciting, more resolved, more clear, more validating, and more emotionally coherent than it really is. That fantasy quietly exhausts people, because it turns ordinary life into a constant disappointment. A lot of unhappiness is not caused by terrible circumstances. It is caused by the gap between reality and what you secretly believed reality should be giving you by now. How your mornings should feel, how love should feel, how healing should feel, how your body should feel, how productive you should be, how close you should be to becoming the person you imagined, how often life should be inspiring, moving, magical, peaceful, meaningful, and deeply affirming. That is a lot to demand from a human life, and most days simply cannot deliver on all of that. Not because your life is broken, but because life is uneven by nature. It is repetitive. It is inconvenient. It is emotionally inconsistent. It is often beautiful and boring at the exact same time. And once you stop asking it to constantly exceed itself, something surprising happens. You start suffering less. This is one of the most misunderstood paths to happiness. Not because it is dramatic, but because it is deeply relieving. When your expectations soften, your nervous system softens with them. You stop treating ordinary discomfort like a sign that something has gone wrong. You stop making every underwhelming day into evidence that your life is lacking. You stop needing every conversation to be profound, every season to be transformative, every relationship to feel cinematic, every routine to be soul-affirming, every emotion to carry meaning, every version of you to feel aligned and inspired. That pressure is brutal, and it quietly ruins your ability to appreciate what is already enough, because enough rarely arrives in a dazzling form. It usually arrives in a quieter one, a decent day, a manageable mood, a person who is kind, even if they are not extraordinary, a home that is not perfect but feels safe enough, a body that is not thriving but is carrying you, a week that does not feel magical but also does not wound you. That kind of life can look unimpressive from the outside, but it can feel incredibly peaceful from within. And peace is often what people were really craving all along, even when they thought they were craving more. This is where a lot of maturity begins, not in becoming emotionally detached, but in becoming less emotionally demanding, less demanding of life, less demanding of people, less demanding of yourself. That shift changes everything, because the more inflated your expectations are, the more fragile your peace becomes. If you need life to feel a certain way in order to relax, then your well-being is constantly at risk. A delayed text can ruin your day. A low-energy week can become an identity crisis. A season of confusion can start feeling like a personal failure. But when your expectations become more humane, more grounded, more honest, your emotional world becomes less volatile. You stop asking so much from each moment, and because of that, each moment starts giving more. That is the paradox. Psychologically, expectations shape experience in a huge way. They influence attention, interpretation, satisfaction, and emotional regulation. If you approach life with the hidden belief that it should be more fulfilling than it is, you are far more likely to feel chronically disappointed, even in objectively decent circumstances. But if your expectations become more realistic, more spacious, more forgiving, your mind becomes less hostile toward what is actually here, and that makes happiness easier to access. Not because life changed overnight, but because your relationship to life became less adversarial. This is especially important in a world where everyone is constantly being shown edited versions of what a meaningful life is supposed to look like. Peak moments, peak beauty, peak love, peak purpose, peak healing, peak confidence, peak joy. When you absorb enough of that, normal life starts feeling emotionally insufficient. You begin expecting your own existence to carry a level of intensity and resolution that no real human life can sustain. That is a painful trap, because it teaches you to reject the very texture of ordinary existence. And ordinary existence is where most of your life will happen. So lowering your expectations is not about becoming hopeless. It is about becoming available. Available to the life that is actually here instead of the one your mind keeps holding over its head. Available to the beauty that does not announce itself. Available to the relationships that are quietly good instead of theatrically consuming. Available to your own imperfect, unfinished, very human life. That availability is deeply calming, and often deeply happy. Because once you stop demanding that every part of life be extraordinary, ordinary goodness starts feeling much more visible. A clean room, a soft bed, a calm evening, a little laughter, a little quiet, a little clarity, a little energy, a little enoughness. Those things begin to matter again, not because you lowered your standards for what counts as life, but because you stopped requiring constant emotional spectacle in order to recognize that life is already happening. And maybe that is one of the kindest truths about happiness. Sometimes it does not arrive because life got bigger. Sometimes it arrives because your expectations got softer, because your grip loosened, because your heart stopped asking the world to perform miracles every day. And in that gentler space, what is already here starts feeling much easier to love. The body knows peace before the mind explains it. There are moments when your body understands something before your thoughts can catch up. You walk into a room and your shoulders drop. You sit next to someone and your breathing slows down. You leave a conversation and feel lighter without fully knowing why. You make a decision that your mind is still unsure about, but something in your chest feels less crowded. And in those moments, your body is often telling the truth before your mind has found the language for it. That matters more than most people realize, because a lot of people have spent years trying to think their way into happiness while ignoring the place where happiness is often felt first. The body, not the image of the body, not the performance of wellness, the actual, lived, biological experience of being inside yourself. Whether your jaw is clenched, whether your stomach is in knots, whether your breathing is shallow, whether your nervous system is bracing all day, whether your body feels like a home or like a place you are constantly trying to outrun. These things shape your experience of happiness far more than people tend to admit. And yet many people are so used to overriding their body that they barely notice what it is saying anymore. They notice the thought, they notice the story, they notice the analysis, but the body often speaks first, and much more honestly. It says yes before the mind knows why. It says no before the mind is ready to admit it. It softens before your beliefs catch up. It tightens long before your explanations arrive. And one of the most soothing truths about happiness is that peace often enters your body before it enters your philosophy. That can feel almost inconvenient to the part of the mind that wants everything explained, justified, and intellectually clean. Because the mind likes reasons. It likes narratives. It likes to know exactly why something is right or wrong, safe or unsafe, meaningful or meaningless. But the body is often operating on a deeper timeline, a more ancient one. It is reading cues your conscious mind has not organized yet. Tone, pace, pattern, consistency, emotional temperature, familiarity, threat, relief, and because of that, your body is often registering the truth of your life before your thoughts have built a coherent case around it. This is especially important if you are someone who has learned to distrust yourself. If you have spent years intellectualizing your emotions, second-guessing your instincts, minimizing your discomfort, or talking yourself into things your body has been quietly resisting, then this truth can feel huge, because it means your peace may not begin with a perfect thought. It may begin with a felt shift, a softening, a slowing, a lessening of inner friction, and those shifts deserve to be taken seriously. Psychologically and neurologically, this makes a lot of sense. The nervous system is constantly scanning for cues of safety or threat, often below conscious awareness. Before you have formed a clear opinion about a person, place, routine, or decision, your body may already be reacting to it. This is not magic. It is pattern recognition. Your system is integrating thousands of subtle signals all at once, many of which never become fully verbal. That is why you can think something should be good for you while your body still feels uneasy. And it is why something can be hard or unfamiliar, yet still feel strangely right in your body. That distinction is powerful, because not all discomfort means danger, and not all excitement means alignment. Sometimes what is good for you feels quiet, grounded, unflashy. It does not always make your mind light up with certainty. Sometimes it simply makes your body less defensive, and that can be one of the clearest forms of peace there is. A lot of people overlook this because they have been taught to trust what sounds impressive more than what feels regulating. They choose relationships that make for a compelling story over ones that let their body rest. They choose goals that look meaningful from the outside, while their internal state keeps deteriorating. They keep trying to convince themselves they are happy because the logic is there, even when the body keeps whispering otherwise. But the body is not interested in your performance. It is interested in your survival, your steadiness, your capacity to stay open without collapsing. And because of that, it often knows when something is costing you too much long before your mind is willing to name the cost. That truth can be painful. Because once you start listening to your body, certain things become harder to deny. You begin noticing which people make your chest tighten, which spaces make your thoughts speed up, which routines leave you depleted, which versions of yourself feel like labor, which dreams sound beautiful in theory but leave your system exhausted every time you move toward them. That awareness can be sobering, but it can also be deeply freeing, because it gives you access to a form of honesty that is not just conceptual, it is lived, felt, embodied. And happiness that reaches the body tends to be much more trustworthy than happiness that only exists as an idea. That is why some of the best moments in life are so hard to explain. You cannot always put them into a perfect sentence. You just know your body stopped fighting for a minute. You know you felt less armored, less crowded, less defended, more here, more whole, more able to exist without so much internal effort. That is not small. That is sacred. And often, that is what happiness actually feels like before the mind starts decorating it with meaning: a calmer breath, a softer jaw, a quieter stomach, a sense that you are no longer being internally pulled in 5 directions at once. That is the body recognizing peace. And if you have gone a long time without that, it can feel strangely emotional when it returns. Not because something dramatic is happening, but because something exhausting is finally ending. And maybe this is one of the kindest truths about happiness. You do not always have to think your way into knowing what is good for you. Sometimes your body has already begun telling the truth. Sometimes peace has already arrived in sensation before it arrives in language. And learning to notice that may change your life more gently and more honestly than any explanation ever could. Joy returns when you stop negotiating with reality. A surprising amount of human suffering comes from one exhausting habit: arguing with what already is. Not out loud, usually. Internally. Quietly. Constantly. This should not be happening. They should be different. I should be further along. My body should feel better than this. My life should look more certain by now. This phase should be over. This loss should make more sense. This mood should have passed already. This person should have loved me properly. This version of reality should not be mine. And on and on and on. Most people do not realize how much energy they spend negotiating with life, as if reality is something that might still agree to become more emotionally convenient if they just keep resisting it hard enough. But reality does not respond to inner bargaining. It just keeps being what it is. And that is where so much unnecessary suffering gets created. Not always from the pain itself, but from the constant refusal to let the pain be real. That refusal is understandable. No one wants to suffer. No one wants disappointment, uncertainty, grief, limitation, loneliness, confusion, endings, or unmet expectations. Of course, the mind pushes back. Of course, it tries to rearrange the truth into something easier to tolerate. That is deeply human. But what starts as protection can quietly become a prison when your entire inner world becomes organized around not accepting what is already here. Because then you are no longer just living your life. You are fighting it. And it is very hard to feel joy in a life you are constantly fighting. This is one of the most soothing truths about happiness, even if it is hard to hear at first. Joy often returns not when life gets perfect, but when you stop spending so much of your life mentally arguing with the parts of it you cannot change right now. That does not mean approval. It does not mean liking what happened. It does not mean pretending something painful is secretly beautiful. It means ending the exhausting war between your mind and the fact that this is what is here. That is a very different thing, and it changes everything. Because once you stop negotiating with reality, your nervous system can finally stop preparing for a version of life that is not coming. You stop waiting for the present moment to become acceptable before you allow yourself to soften. You stop postponing your own aliveness until every difficult thing has been resolved, explained, fixed, or emotionally redeemed. That postponement costs people years of withholding their own peace because some part of them is still insisting, no, not like this. But life so often is like this. Messy, uneven, unfinished, tender in one area and disappointing in another, beautiful and inconvenient at the same time. And if your happiness depends on reality becoming less real, you will always feel like you are just one unsolved thing away from being okay. That is an exhausting way to live, and a very fragile one, because it means your peace can be taken down by almost anything: a demood, a conflict, a body symptom, a financial stress, a memory, a season that does not look the way you hoped. But when acceptance starts growing, not as a concept, but as an actual inner posture, something very profound happens. Life becomes less adversarial. You stop making every discomfort into a personal insult. You stop interpreting every difficult moment as evidence that your whole life is off course. You stop expecting each day to justify itself before you let it count, and in that softened relationship to reality, joy has room to return. Not dramatic joy, necessarily. Not fireworks. More often, it comes back in quiet forms. A laugh that slips through in the middle of a hard week. A moment of stillness that does not feel empty. A meal that tastes good again. A piece of music that reaches you. A little beauty in a day you would have once dismissed entirely. These moments are not trivial. They are signs that your system is no longer completely occupied by resistance. That is a huge shift, because resistance narrows your world. It keeps your attention locked onto what is missing, wrong, unresolved, unfair, or painful. It trains your mind to scan for what reality is failing to provide, and over time, that way of relating to life can make even decent moments feel emotionally unavailable. Not because they are absent, but because your attention is too busy arguing to receive them. This is where acceptance becomes such a hidden form of happiness. Not because it removes pain, but because it stops multiplying it. It stops adding the extra layer of inner conflict that turns ordinary suffering into chronic suffering. Psychologically, this is deeply real. When people resist emotional reality, they often increase rumination, stress reactivity, nervous system activation, and hopelessness. But when they begin to allow what is present without immediately trying to correct it, suppress it, or mentally litigate it, there is often a measurable increase in regulation and resilience. In simpler terms, the body calms down when it no longer has to fight every moment, and a calmer body can actually feel joy again. That matters so much, because many people are not missing happiness. They are too busy resisting reality to notice that small forms of happiness are still trying to reach them. This is why some of the happiest people are not the ones with the easiest lives. They are the ones who have stopped demanding that life stop being life before they agree to participate in it. They grieve what hurts. They acknowledge what is hard. They do not pretend, but they also do not spend all day internally trying to renegotiate the terms of existence. That frees up a tremendous amount of energy that can finally return to living, to noticing, to feeling, to being here. And maybe this is one of the kindest truths about happiness. You do not have to solve every hard thing before joy is allowed back in. You do not have to wait until reality becomes ideal. Sometimes joy returns the moment you stop insisting that life should have happened differently in order to be worthy of your presence. Sometimes peace begins the second the argument ends. The need to be special often disturbs peace. One of the quietest ways people make themselves unhappy is by believing their life has to feel more important than it does in order to be worth living. That belief hides in all kinds of places. It hides in ambition, in self-improvement, in creativity, in healing, in spirituality, in the desire to be deeply loved, deeply understood, deeply chosen, deeply seen. And none of those desires are bad on their own. The problem is what happens when they all start orbiting one unspoken need. I need my life to be exceptional in order to feel at peace inside it. That need disturbs people more than they realize. Because once your peace becomes attached to feeling special, ordinary life starts feeling emotionally insulting. You stop being able to rest inside simple things because some part of you is always asking, but is this enough? Is this meaningful enough? Am I becoming enough? Does this life say something impressive enough about who I am? Is my pain deep enough? My healing profound enough? My purpose clear enough? My love story beautiful enough? My work significant enough? My inner world rare enough? That is a brutal way to live. Not because wanting meaning is wrong, but because the need to feel special can quietly turn your entire existence into a performance review. And peace does not survive very well under that kind of pressure. A lot of people do not realize how much of their suffering comes from trying to elevate themselves out of the human condition. They want to be exempt from ordinariness, exempt from average seasons, average moods, average days, average uncertainty, average mistakes, average confusion. They want their life to carry some visible mark of exception that proves they are not just drifting through the same messy, repetitive, unresolved human experience as everyone else. But everyone is. That is not depressing. It is relieving. At least it can be once you stop fighting it. Because there is something deeply exhausting about constantly trying to become a more remarkable version of yourself in order to justify your own existence, to always be turning your life into a project of distinction, to always be refining, expanding, proving, deepening, transcending, branding, optimizing, and curating yourself into someone who feels harder to overlook. That effort might look ambitious from the outside, but internally, it often creates restlessness, a kind of chronic emotional hunger, because no matter how much you achieve, evolve, or express, the need to be special is almost impossible to satisfy for long. It just moves the target. It says yes, but not enough. Yes, but not yet. Yes, but someone else is doing it better, deeper, more beautifully, more visibly, more meaningfully. That is not a path to happiness. That is a treadmill with prettier language, and it can become especially sneaky because our culture rewards it so heavily. People are constantly encouraged to stand out, find their unique edge, build a personal narrative, discover their one true purpose, become unforgettable, and create a life that looks distinct enough to feel meaningful. Again, none of that is inherently wrong. But when it becomes emotionally fused with your worth, peace starts disappearing. Because now every ordinary season feels like failure. Every quiet phase feels like irrelevance. Every simple day feels emotionally insufficient. And you miss the actual texture of life while trying to make it more extraordinary than it needs to be. This is where one of the most soothing truths about happiness begins to emerge. You may not need to become more special. You may need to become more willing to be human. That is a very different task, and for many people, a much more healing one. To be human means your life will not always feel profound. Your days will not always feel important. Your emotions will not always carry cosmic meaning. Your healing will not always look beautiful. Your work may not always feel like a calling. Your relationships may not always feel transcendent. And yet, your life can still be deeply worth inhabiting. That is where peace starts returning. Not when you finally become exceptional enough to relax, but when you stop requiring exception in order to feel real. Psychologically, this makes a lot of sense. The need to feel special often overlaps with perfectionism, narcissistic injury, insecure attachment, identity fragility, and chronic comparison. In simpler terms, it can become a way of trying to secure value in a world that feels emotionally unstable. If I can just become remarkable enough, maybe I will finally feel safe, chosen, above ordinary pain. But that strategy rarely works. It just keeps people externally striving while internally starving. Because what the nervous system often needs is not distinction. It is belonging, and belonging is a much quieter thing. It does not require you to be rare, it requires you to be real. To let yourself be one human life among other human lives. To stop making your worth contingent on whether your existence looks more meaningful than someone else's. To let a decent day count without needing it to become a defining one. That kind of humility is not smallness. It is freedom. Freedom from constantly measuring your life against an invisible standard of significance. Freedom from the emotional labor of trying to be unforgettable all the time. Freedom from turning every experience into a test of whether you are becoming enough. And once that pressure loosens, something beautiful happens. Life becomes more breathable, more immediate, more available. You begin to enjoy things without needing them to say something grand about you. You stop requiring every desire to reveal your destiny. You stop asking your life to perform depth in order to earn your affection. You let things be simple without needing them to become symbolic. That simplicity can feel almost holy after years of inner striving. A meal, a conversation, a body that is not in crisis, a walk with no hidden meaning, a day that does not need to be memorable in order to be good. That is not a lesser life. That is a life no longer being distorted by the pressure to be special. And maybe this is one of the kindest truths about happiness. The more urgently you need your life to feel extraordinary, the harder it becomes to enjoy the parts of it that are actually here. But the moment you stop demanding significance from every corner of your existence, peace begins to move in quietly. Not because your life got smaller, but because your heart finally stopped asking it to be larger than life in order to be enough. Maturity makes simpler pleasures feel richer. There is a strange thing that starts happening as some people get healthier, calmer, and a little more honest with themselves. Life can get smaller on the surface, but richer underneath. Not smaller in a sad way, smaller in a cleaner way, less cluttered, less performative, less desperate, less hungry for constant stimulation. And because of that, the things that once seemed too plain to matter start becoming weirdly, deeply satisfying. A slow morning, a clean room, a meal that actually tastes good, a conversation with no hidden tension, an evening with nowhere to be, a body that is not in panic, a day that does not require emotional recovery. When you are younger, or more dysregulated, or just more entangled in fantasy and proving in noise, these things can feel almost offensively ordinary. You want bigger emotions, bigger experiences, bigger validation, bigger certainty, bigger proof that your life is moving and meaningful, and somehow becoming what it is supposed to become. And that hunger makes sense. A lot of people spend years emotionally organized around intensity. They are looking for what is thrilling, consuming, dramatic, affirming, impressive, transformative, undeniable. They want to feel life loudly. They want moments that confirm something about who they are. They want love that overwhelms, success that validates, healing that feels cinematic, pleasure that distracts them from the quieter ache underneath it all. But over time, if you are lucky, something starts changing. You get tired. Not in a cynical way, in a clarifying way. You begin noticing how expensive certain forms of excitement actually are, how much emotional labor they require, how often they leave your nervous system more depleted than nourished. How many things you once called fun were really just overstimulation. How many things you once called passion were really just instability with better lighting. And this is where maturity begins to feel unexpectedly luxurious. Because maturity changes your taste, not in a boring way, in a liberating way. You start wanting things that are easier to digest, easier to trust, easier to live inside. That shift can be subtle, but it changes your whole relationship to happiness. Suddenly, simpler pleasures do not feel like placeholders anymore. They feel like actual life, not the life you are waiting through until something more meaningful happens. Not the filler between peak moments. Not the background scenery. The real thing. That is a major emotional turning point, because a lot of suffering comes from treating ordinary goodness like it is not enough to count. People keep postponing their appreciation, their presence, their joy, because they are unconsciously waiting for life to become more emotionally spectacular. They want the trip, the breakthrough, the perfect relationship, the perfect body, the perfect season, the perfect version of themselves. And while they wait for those conditions, they remain weirdly unavailable to the quieter pleasures already trying to feed them. That is not because they are shallow. It is often because they are still psychologically overstimulated. The nervous system gets used to noise. It gets used to urgency, novelty, reward-seeking, fantasy, anticipation. And once that becomes your baseline, subtler forms of pleasure can feel too quiet to register. A calm evening does not hit hard enough. A steady relationship does not spike enough. A peaceful day does not create enough of a story. But maturity recalibrates that. It gives you your sensitivity back. That is one of the most beautiful parts. As you become less addicted to intensity, you become more capable of actually feeling life. Not just the extremes, the in-between, the texture, the warmth, the ease, the relief, the subtle forms of contentment that younger or more restless versions of you might have walked right past. This is not because you have lowered your standards for what joy is. It is because your capacity for receiving joy has deepened. That is a huge difference. Psychologically, this often comes with greater regulation, less novelty chasing, more emotional differentiation, and a stronger sense of self. In simple terms, you stop needing every good thing to be loud in order for it to reach you. Your attention becomes less scattered. Your appetite becomes less chaotic. You become more available to the actual sensory and emotional richness of ordinary life. And ordinary life is much richer than people realize once they stop trying to force it into being extraordinary. A ripe fruit, a clean bed, a familiar street at sunset, someone being gentle with you, a task finished, a body that feels safe enough to unclench, a laugh that is not covering anything, a quiet house, a song that lands in exactly the right place. These are not trivial pleasures. They are often the most sustainable forms of happiness there are. And maturity helps you recognize that, because maturity is not just wisdom. It is discernment. It is knowing which pleasures nourish and which ones merely agitate. It is knowing the difference between what excites your system and what actually feeds it. That difference can take years to learn. And once you do learn it, your whole life gets softer. You stop glamorizing things that cost too much. You stop chasing highs that always require a crash. You stop underestimating the emotional wealth of simplicity. And maybe, for the first time, you begin to feel that a life does not need to be overflowing with dramatic meaning in order to be deeply enjoyable. It just needs enough room for you to actually be in it. That is where simpler pleasures become richer. Not because the pleasures changed, but because you did. You became less defended against stillness, less dismissive of enoughness, less likely to overlook what quietly restores you. And maybe this is one of the most comforting truths about happiness. As you mature, joy often stops looking like more intensity, more novelty, more proof, more emotional volume, and starts looking like this instead: a life that finally feels simple enough for you to actually taste it. Happiness deepens when urgency leaves the room. Some of the worst suffering in life does not come from pain itself. It comes from the feeling that everything has to happen now. Now you need to figure it out. Now you need to heal. Now you need to find the right person. Now you need to become who you were meant to be. Now you need to stop wasting time. Now you need to fix your habits, your body, your career, your mind, your future, your purpose, your relationships, your entire emotional life. That internal urgency can make even a decent life feel unbearable, because urgency changes the emotional temperature of everything. It takes ordinary uncertainty and turns it into panic. It takes ordinary desire and turns it into desperation. It takes ordinary sadness and turns it into evidence that you are falling behind. And once that energy enters your system, it becomes very hard to feel anything gently. Even good things start arriving under pressure. A beautiful connection becomes, is this the one? A peaceful phase becomes, how do I keep this from disappearing? A new beginning becomes, I need to make this count. A personal insight becomes, why did it take me so long to understand this? Urgency does not let life breathe. It turns everything into a deadline. And that is one of the quietest ways happiness gets suffocated. Because happiness does not usually grow well in a nervous system that believes every part of life is running out. This is one of the most soothing truths a person can really understand. Happiness deepens when urgency leaves the room. Not always because your circumstances change, but because your relationship to time changes. Your relationship to becoming changes. Your relationship to not knowing changes. And once those relationships soften, life starts feeling much more inhabitable. A lot of people do not realize how much of their inner pain is actually time pressure. Not literal time, necessarily. Psychological time. The constant sense that you are late to your own life, late to healing, late to love, late to purpose, late to peace, late to becoming the person you thought you would be by now. That feeling is brutal, because it creates an invisible emergency around your existence. You stop living your life and start chasing it. You stop inhabiting your days and start measuring them. You stop asking what is true and start asking what is efficient. You stop letting things unfold and start trying to force them into place before some imagined clock runs out. That is not a peaceful way to be alive, and it often has very little to do with reality. It has to do with fear. Fear of missing out, fear of regret, fear of not becoming enough in time, fear that if you do not hurry, life will leave you behind. But life is not always asking to be accelerated. Sometimes it is asking to be trusted. That is a much harder thing, and a much more healing one, because when urgency starts leaving your system, your whole emotional world changes. You stop treating your own growth like a race. You stop needing every desire to be resolved immediately. You stop interpreting every delay as a threat. You stop forcing your healing to become linear, your purpose to become obvious, your relationships to become instantly clear. That shift creates an enormous amount of inner space, and space is where a lot of happiness actually lives. Not in having all the answers, but in no longer demanding that life provide them on command. This is especially important because urgency often disguises itself as responsibility. It can feel productive, mature, ambitious, serious. It can look like self-awareness. But internally, it is often just anxiety wearing a very convincing outfit. It is the mind trying to create control by speeding everything up. And the body pays for that speed. The nervous system stays activated. Pleasure becomes harder to access. Rest starts feeling undeserved. Presence becomes almost impossible because your attention is always leaning into the next thing, the next solution, the next version of yourself. That is exhausting, and it makes life feel emotionally expensive. Psychologically, urgency narrows perception. It pulls attention toward threat, scarcity, unfinished business, and imagined future consequences. It keeps the brain in a state of vigilance, which makes it harder to feel gratitude, curiosity, sensuality, play, or grounded joy. In simple terms, urgency makes you miss your life while you are busy trying to secure it. That is such a painful trade, because many of the things people are hurrying toward are things that only deepen in slowness. Love, trust, healing, clarity, self-respect, real joy. These things cannot always be forced. They often emerge when the pressure starts dissolving, when your body no longer feels like it is being chased by your own expectations, when your soul is no longer being timed. That is when life starts tasting different. A meal feels more like a meal. A conversation feels more alive. A quiet evening feels less like dead time and more like actual life. A hard season feels less like a crisis and more like a chapter you are allowed to move through at a human pace. That is a very different way of living, and a much gentler one. It does not mean you become passive. It does not mean you stop caring. It means your caring is no longer frantic. Your goals are no longer soaked in panic. Your desire is no longer sharpened into self-violence. You still want things. You still move. You still try, but you are no longer internally whipping yourself through your own existence. That changes what happiness feels like. It makes happiness less about arrival and more about permission. Permission to be where you are while what is meant for you takes its shape. Permission to not have every answer on a deadline. Permission to let your life unfold without treating every unfinished piece as a failure. That permission is deeply regulating and deeply joyful, because maybe one of the most overlooked truths about happiness is this: a lot of your suffering is not coming from where you are. It is coming from the pace at which you think you should have already escaped it. And when that pace finally softens, even a very imperfect life can start feeling much more tender, much more breathable, and much more worth being inside. You can love life without constant passion. A lot of people quietly believe that if they were truly living the right life, they would feel more passionate all the time, more inspired, more driven, more emotionally lit up, more certain that this is it. This is what I am meant for. This is the life that fits me. This is the work, the love, the path, the rhythm, the version of myself that proves I am finally aligned. That fantasy is incredibly seductive, and it makes a lot of people feel like they are failing at life when their actual experience turns out to be much more ordinary. Because real life, even a beautiful life, is not usually soaked in constant passion. It has dishes, fatigue, doubt, boredom, repetition, mood shifts, administrative tasks, quiet seasons, emotionally flat afternoons, relationships that are meaningful but not always thrilling, work that matters but still contains friction, healing that is real but still feels slow and unglamorous. And if you are unconsciously expecting passion to be the proof that your life is good, all of that normal human texture can start feeling like something is wrong. But maybe nothing is wrong. Maybe you are just expecting a human life to feel more cinematic than it does. This is one of the most relieving truths about happiness. You can love life without constantly feeling passionate about it. That does not mean settling. It does not mean giving up on depth, beauty, creativity, purpose, or desire. It means understanding that love and passion are not the same thing, and confusing them creates so much unnecessary suffering. Passion is intense. It spikes. It floods. It consumes. It can be beautiful. It can wake parts of you up. It can help you change your life. But passion is not designed to be a permanent emotional climate. It is too hot for that. Too volatile. Too unstable. If you need constant passion in order to trust your life, you will spend a lot of time doubting perfectly good things simply because they have become familiar. And familiarity is where many people start sabotaging themselves. Because once something stops thrilling them, they assume it must no longer be right. The relationship feels stable instead of electric, so they panic. The work becomes routine instead of inspiring, so they think they chose wrong. The healing gets quieter instead of dramatic, so they think they have stopped growing. The days become simpler instead of emotionally intense, so they assume life has lost its meaning. But often, what has actually happened is that life has become more livable, more sustainable, more honest, and the nervous system is just no longer being flooded with novelty and projection. That is not a loss. That is often a sign of real integration, because to love life is not necessarily to be dazzled by it every day. Sometimes it is something much steadier than that. A quieter devotion, a willingness to remain in contact with life even when it is not entertaining you. A willingness to care for your days even when they are not emotionally cinematic. A willingness to keep showing up to what is good even after it stops giving you a dramatic rush. That is a very mature kind of love, and it is deeply connected to happiness. A lot of people never learn this because they are still emotionally organized around highs. They are looking for what excites them enough to temporarily override their restlessness. And when something no longer provides that override, they interpret the drop in intensity as a drop in truth. But intensity is not always truth. Sometimes intensity is just novelty. Sometimes it is fantasy. Sometimes it is unresolved hunger being briefly fed. And while those experiences can feel meaningful, they are not always the same thing as a life you can actually live inside with peace. This is where the distinction becomes so important. Passion often says, consume this. Love often says, stay. Passion says, more. Love says, here. Passion says, prove it. Love says, tend to it. And if you build your happiness around the first one alone, you may never fully relax into the second. That is a huge loss, because some of the deepest forms of happiness come from ordinary loyalty. Loyalty to the people, places, practices, values, and rhythms that quietly nourish you, even when they are not setting your soul on fire every second. There is something incredibly stabilizing about learning to cherish what is quietly good instead of constantly searching for what is emotionally overwhelming. Psychologically, this makes a lot of sense. The brain adapts quickly to stimulation and novelty, which means even genuinely meaningful things can stop feeling exciting over time. That does not mean they have become less valuable. It often just means they have become part of your real life instead of your fantasy life. And that shift can be deeply disorienting if you were relying on excitement to tell you what mattered. But if you can move through that disorientation, something beautiful happens. You begin to notice forms of love that are deeper than emotional intensity. You notice what steadies you, what softens you, what makes your body feel less defended, what allows you to be more yourself, what makes your days feel quietly inhabitable. And those things start mattering more than the dramatic highs ever did. That is not a lesser life. That is a more rooted one, a more durable one, a more peaceful one. And maybe this is one of the kindest truths about happiness. You do not have to feel wildly passionate all the time to know your life is worth loving. Sometimes the deepest love is not the loudest. Sometimes it is simply the calm, ongoing willingness to remain present for a life that no longer needs to impress you in order to be precious. Acceptance is often more beautiful than hope. Sometimes the most exhausting thing in a person's life is not what they are carrying. It is what they are still waiting to be different. That is where so much hidden pain lies. Not only in grief, disappointment, uncertainty, heartbreak, limitation, or loss, but in the quiet insistence that something about reality still needs to change before the heart can fully soften. A different ending, a different apology, a different timeline, a different version of the body, a different chapter, a different person, a different self. And as long as that internal waiting continues, peace keeps getting postponed. This is why acceptance can feel so much more beautiful than hope, even though people rarely say that out loud, because hope is often romanticized as the noble thing, the strong thing, the uplifting thing, and sometimes it is. Sometimes hope keeps people alive. Sometimes it gives meaning to the unbearable. Sometimes it helps the nervous system hold on through seasons that would otherwise crush it. But there is another side to hope that people do not talk about enough. Hope can also become a very refined form of resistance, a way of staying emotionally attached to a version of reality that is not here. a way of delaying the grief, the surrender, the honesty, and the strange relief that might finally arrive if you stopped needing life to turn out differently in order to love it. That is a hard truth, but a very soothing one once it lands, because many people are not actually being held together by hope. They are being kept emotionally suspended by it, suspended between what is and what they are still begging existence to become. And that suspension is tiring. It keeps the body leaning forward. It keeps the heart slightly braced. It keeps the mind occupied with maybe, someday, what if, not yet, almost soon. It creates a life that is never fully here because part of you is always standing just outside the present, bargaining with it. Acceptance ends that bargain. Not because everything suddenly feels okay. Not because the pain disappears. Not because you magically stop caring. But because the war ends, and the end of that war is often more beautiful than any fantasy of rescue. That is what people often misunderstand about acceptance. They think it means passivity, defeat, emotional resignation. They think it means you have stopped believing in possibility. But real acceptance is not numbness, and it is not collapse. It is a deeply intimate form of contact with reality. It is the moment you stop making your own life harder by refusing to admit what is already true. It is the moment you stop requiring the present to become emotionally acceptable before you allow yourself to rest inside it. That kind of rest is profound, because when acceptance begins to grow, even slowly, life starts feeling less adversarial. You stop arguing with the shape of things quite so much. You stop needing every wound to become wisdom immediately. You stop expecting closure from people who cannot give it. You stop asking your old life to come back. You stop trying to force your body, your timeline, your healing, your relationships, or your identity into some cleaner narrative than the one you are actually living. And in that honesty, there is often an unexpected softness. A lot of people think they are looking for happiness when what they are really looking for is the end of inner friction. The end of that grinding, daily resistance to what has already happened, what is already gone, what is already not going to be what they wanted. And acceptance is often the first thing that gives them that. Psychologically, this is not just poetic. When the mind stops fighting uncontrollable reality, stress often decreases, rumination loosens, nervous system activation softens. Attention returns to the present instead of being endlessly trapped in alternate versions of it. In simple terms, the body can finally stop preparing for a different life and begin inhabiting the one that is here. That is not a small shift. It changes what happiness even feels like. Because happiness, in that state, is no longer some glittering emotional high that arrives once everything is fixed. It becomes quieter, more grounded, more available. It starts showing up in places it could not reach before, because the mind was too busy negotiating with reality to notice them. A calm afternoon, a meal that tastes good again, a conversation that does not leave a bruise, a little beauty returning to the ordinary, a little aliveness sneaking back into a life that once felt emotionally frozen. And maybe the most moving part is this: acceptance does not always look dramatic from the outside. Sometimes it looks like no longer checking for the message, no longer rehearsing the conversation, no longer asking why over and over in the dark, no longer needing your pain to produce a grand explanation before you let it become part of your life story. Sometimes acceptance is just the body getting tired of being in negotiation and finally deciding to sit down. That is where so much healing begins. Not in triumph, not in certainty, but in surrender that no longer feels like loss. That is why acceptance can be more beautiful than hope. Because hope often keeps the heart reaching. Acceptance lets the heart come home. And for a lot of people, coming home to reality, however imperfect, however unfinished, however different from what they once prayed for, is the first time life starts feeling gentle enough to actually be lived. The quietest lives are sometimes the most fulfilled. There is a very specific kind of lie that modern life tells people over and over again. If your life is not visibly exciting, deeply eventful, constantly expanding, emotionally impressive, or somehow narratively compelling, then maybe you are not really living it properly. Maybe you are falling behind. Maybe you are settling. Maybe you are wasting your one precious life in ways you will regret later. A lot of people carry that fear quietly, and because of it, they become strangely unable to trust the goodness of a life that feels calm, a life that does not produce constant updates, a life that is not always changing shape, a life that is not full of dramatic romance, huge social energy, endless travel, visible milestones, or the kind of momentum that looks meaningful from the outside. And yet, some of the most fulfilled people on earth are living exactly that kind of life. Quietly, without spectacle, without much proof, without needing it to look important in order to feel deeply right. That can be hard to believe if you have been conditioned to associate fulfillment with volume, with movement, with visible aliveness. But one of the most soothing truths about happiness is that the quietest lives are sometimes the most fulfilled. Not because those lives are empty of feeling, but because they are often full of the right kind of feeling. Less noise, less self-abandonment, less pressure to perform, less constant comparison, less emotional whiplash, less need to turn life into something bigger than it actually needs to be. And in the absence of all that strain, something much more nourishing can finally take root. Enoughness. That word is so underrated. Enoughness is not glamorous. It will not impress many people. It will not always produce a good story. But it has an emotional richness that a lot of louder lives never reach. To wake up and not immediately feel dread. To move through your day without needing to prove anything. To know where your peace lies and to protect it. To have a small life that fits your nervous system instead of a big life that constantly overwhelms it. To have relationships that are steady instead of theatrical. To have routines that are plain but deeply regulating. To not be chasing a new identity every 6 months. To not be in constant emotional recovery from your own choices. That kind of life can look unremarkable from the outside. But from the inside, it can feel like luxury. A lot of people do not understand this until they are tired enough. Tired enough of the noise. Tired enough of intensity. Tired enough of trying to keep up with lives they do not even truly want. Tired enough of confusing stimulation with meaning. Because stimulation is very convincing. It can make a life look full while leaving the soul strangely underfed. A crowded calendar, a dramatic love life, a lot of movement, a lot of goals, a lot of emotional peaks, a lot of social proof, a lot of becoming, and underneath all of it, a person who has not felt truly at ease in years. That is more common than people admit. This is why quiet fulfillment can be so disorienting at first. It does not always feel exciting enough to trust. It may even feel a little anticlimactic if you have spent most of your life assuming happiness would arrive in some louder, sheenier form. But once your nervous system starts adjusting to less chaos, less urgency, less self-performance, your ability to feel life begins to change. You start noticing that peace is not empty. It is spacious. You start noticing that simplicity is not dull. It is breathable. You start noticing that a life does not have to be full of constant novelty in order to feel deeply inhabited. That is a major shift, because many people are not actually starving for more life. They are starving for a life that does not constantly pull them away from themselves, and quiet lives often offer exactly that. Not always. Quiet can also be lonely, stagnant, avoidant, emotionally shut down. Silence is not automatically wisdom. Simplicity is not automatically peace. There are people living quiet lives that are quietly miserable. That is true. But when a quiet life is chosen from self-knowledge instead of fear, when it is shaped around what genuinely steadies and nourishes a person, it can become one of the richest forms of happiness there is. Psychologically, this makes a lot of sense. Less overstimulation often allows for more regulation, more presence, more emotional recovery, and greater access to subtle pleasure. The mind becomes less fragmented. The body becomes less defended. Attention returns to what is actually here instead of constantly being hijacked by the next thing. And when attention comes back, fulfillment often becomes much easier to feel, because fulfillment is not always made of big moments. Often it is made of repeated, quiet alignment. A home that feels safe enough, a life pace that does not injure you, a few people who feel real, a little purpose, a little beauty, a little room to breathe. That is enough to build a deeply satisfying life, even if it does not look cinematic. And maybe that is exactly what makes it so precious. It is not trying to be larger than life. It is simply trying to be livable. And livable is not a disappointing goal. It is one of the most underrated forms of happiness. Because what good is a life that looks extraordinary if it is constantly disturbing your peace? At some point, many people begin wanting something much more honest. Not more image, not more noise, not more proof. Just a life that feels kind to their body, their mind, their spirit. A life they do not need to escape from in order to enjoy. That is not small. That is fulfillment in one of its purest forms. And maybe this is one of the kindest truths about happiness. A life does not have to be loud to be full. Sometimes the most complete lives are the ones that stop trying to announce themselves and quietly become worth staying in. Some answers only arrive after you stop searching. There is a point in some people's lives where the constant searching stops feeling noble and starts feeling like a very sophisticated form of exhaustion. Not because searching is always wrong. Sometimes it is necessary. Sometimes it saves you. Sometimes you need to ask harder questions, leave old assumptions behind, go looking for a different life, a different truth, a different way of being. There are seasons where searching is exactly what growth looks like. It can be brave. It can be honest. It can be the thing that pulls you out of numbness, denial, or inherited patterns that were quietly running your whole life. But there is another side to it, a side people do not talk about enough. Searching can become a way of never fully arriving anywhere, a way of staying in motion so you never have to sit with what is already here, a way of keeping yourself psychologically suspended in the idea that the real answer is always just slightly beyond the life you are currently living. That pattern is exhausting, and it quietly robs people of a lot of happiness. Because when your whole inner world is organized around seeking, your attention is almost always pointed somewhere else, somewhere better, somewhere clearer, somewhere more aligned, somewhere more healed, more certain, more meaningful, more true. And because of that, You can spend years being strangely unavailable to your actual life while waiting for the final insight that will supposedly unlock it. But one of the most soothing truths about happiness is this: some answers only arrive after you stop searching. Not because you gave up, but because you finally became still enough to hear what all the movement had been drowning out. That is a very different thing, and for a lot of people, it is life-changing. Because there is a kind of searching that is no longer curiosity. It is compulsion. You see it in people who cannot stop analyzing their relationships. People who are always trying to decode whether this is right, whether this is meant to be, whether this is a lesson, whether this is the thing they have been waiting for. You see it in people who keep reinventing themselves because they are terrified of settling into a life that might not be their truest one. You see it in people who are endlessly consuming advice, insight, wisdom, healing language, trying to find the exact sentence that will finally quiet the noise inside them. And yet the noise stays, because some forms of searching do not actually bring you closer to peace. They just keep your nervous system activated. They keep you in a subtle state of leaning, always toward the next realization, the next answer, the next version of yourself, the next emotional breakthrough. And that constant leaning can become its own kind of suffering, because peace does not usually live in the leaning. It lives in the landing, in the moment you stop requiring life to explain itself completely before you agree to inhabit it. In the moment you stop interrogating every feeling, every season, every choice, every silence, every uncertainty, and simply allow some things to remain unresolved for a while. That is where a lot of hidden wisdom begins, not in obsessive clarity, in softened attention. A lot of people do not realize how many answers they are preventing by searching too aggressively for them. The mind gets loud, tight, repetitive. It starts circling the same questions with increasing desperation, hoping force will produce truth. But many of the deepest answers in life do not respond well to force. They need space. They need time. They need the body to calm down enough for what is already known to finally rise into awareness. Psychologically, this makes a lot of sense. When the nervous system is activated, perception narrows. You become more fixated, more threat-oriented, more mentally repetitive. Your thinking becomes urgent, but not necessarily wise. In that state, it is hard to access the quieter layers of intuition, integration, and emotional honesty. But when the system softens, when you stop chasing and start resting inside the question instead, the mind often becomes more flexible, more receptive, more capable of insight. That is why some of your clearest truths may have arrived in very unremarkable moments. In the shower, on a walk, while doing dishes, after a nap, after crying, after finally deciding you were too tired to keep trying to solve your whole life in one sitting. That is not accidental. It is often what happens when pressure leaves the room, when your mind stops trying to dominate reality and your deeper intelligence finally gets a chance to speak. This is especially important because many people have learned to confuse searching with seriousness. If I am still looking, it means I care. If I am still questioning, it means I am doing the work. If I am still unsettled, it means I have not become complacent. But there comes a point where constant searching is no longer wisdom. It is just restlessness with good branding, and restlessness does not always deserve to be fed. Sometimes it deserves to be outlasted. That can be incredibly uncomfortable at first. To stop picking at every uncertainty, to stop needing every emotional discomfort to produce immediate meaning, to stop demanding answers from life before life is ready to give them. But on the other side of that discomfort, there is often a very different kind of peace. A peace that does not come from finally solving everything, but from no longer needing to. That is where happiness deepens, not because your questions disappear, but because your relationship to not knowing becomes gentler, less urgent, less panicked, less hostile. And in that gentleness, life starts revealing itself in a different way. Not as a puzzle you have to conquer, but as something that often becomes clearer only after you stop chasing clarity so hard. And maybe this is one of the kindest truths about happiness. Some of the answers you are desperate for will not arrive through more force, more analysis, or more searching. They may arrive when you finally sit down inside your own life long enough for the truth to stop having to shout. A softer identity can hold more joy. For a lot of people, suffering is not only coming from what happens to them. It is coming from how tightly they have learned to hold who they think they are. That tightness can be hard to notice because it often looks responsible. It can look like self-knowledge, standards, maturity, discipline, emotional intelligence, or having a strong sense of identity, and none of those things are bad. A coherent self matters. Knowing your values matters. Having some shape to your inner life matters. But there is a difference between having a self and gripping one so tightly that joy has nowhere to land. That is where a lot of hidden unhappiness lies, in the version of you that has become too rigid to be surprised by life, too committed to your own narrative to receive something gentler, too identified with your wounds, your patterns, your preferences, your pain, your personality, your history, your role, your image, your coping style, your seriousness, your sensitivity, your independence, your healing, your intelligence, your loneliness, your competence, your disappointment. People can become very attached to the exact shape of themselves, even when that shape is hurting them, especially when that shape has helped them survive. And once that attachment hardens, happiness can start feeling strangely inaccessible. Not because joy is absent, but because it often asks for a little more looseness than the ego is comfortable with, a little more flexibility, a little more room, a little less certainty about who you must continue being. That is why one of the most soothing truths about happiness is this: a softer identity can hold more joy, not a weaker identity, not a vaguer one, a softer one that does not need to be so defended all the time, one that is less invested in being consistent with every old version of you, one that does not turn every new feeling into a threat to your self-concept, one that is willing to let life update you. That kind of softness is incredibly freeing, because rigid identities are exhausting to maintain. They require constant reinforcement. If you think of yourself as the strong one, you may stop letting yourself be held. If you think of yourself as the difficult one, you may miss tenderness when it comes. If you think of yourself as someone who never gets what they want, you may unconsciously reject good things because they do not fit the story. If you think of yourself as deeply broken, perpetually behind, emotionally complicated, or destined to struggle, then peace can start feeling almost disorienting because it has nowhere familiar to attach itself. This happens all the time. People do not only cling to positive identities, they cling to painful ones too, and painful identities can become strangely comforting because they make life predictable. They explain things. They give suffering a shape. They offer continuity. They tell you who you are, what to expect, what role to play, what kinds of outcomes belong to you. but they also create limits, and those limits can quietly interfere with joy, because joy often arrives as a disruption, a contradiction, a new possibility that does not fit neatly into the person you have been rehearsing. A calmer relationship when you are used to chaos. A softer self when you are used to armor. A lighter day when you are used to heaviness. A little ease where your identity had only made room for effort. And if your sense of self is too rigid, you may not know how to let that in. You may subtly resist it, not because you want to be unhappy, but because your identity has not yet caught up with what your life is trying to offer. This is where emotional growth becomes much less about becoming someone better and much more about becoming less tightly arranged around who you think you already are. That is a very different kind of healing, and a very peaceful one. Because once your identity softens, life becomes less filtered. You stop interpreting every experience through such a narrow self-story. You become more available to surprise, more available to nuance, more available to joy that does not look the way your old self expected it to. You stop needing every emotion, every season, every relationship, every desire, and every difficulty to confirm the same familiar narrative about who you are. That shift opens up so much space. Psychologically, this makes a lot of sense. The mind naturally creates identity structures to organize, experience, and maintain continuity. But when those structures become too rigid, they can limit adaptability, emotional openness, and receptivity to new information. In simple terms, if you are too attached to one fixed version of yourself, life has a harder time reaching you in fresh ways. You keep translating everything through old assumptions, even when those assumptions are no longer true. That is why softness matters, not as weakness, as permeability, as the ability to be touched by life without immediately hardening into explanation, to have a good day without needing to ask what it means, to be loved without needing to stay in character, to feel ease without wondering if it is allowed, to laugh without immediately remembering who you have been. That is not a small thing. That is freedom. And freedom is deeply connected to happiness, because some joy only becomes available when you stop requiring yourself to be the exact same person you needed to be in order to survive the past. That person may have been brilliant, necessary, protective, but they may not be the one who gets to receive the next chapter. That chapter may ask for more softness, more openness, more willingness to not always know who you are while something gentler is forming. And maybe that is one of the kindest truths about happiness. You do not always need a better life to feel more joy. Sometimes you need a less defended self, a self with a little more room in it, a self that no longer has to grip its own story so tightly in order to feel real. Because the softer you become around your own identity, the easier it becomes for life to finally meet you there. The end of self-improvement can feel like home. There is a point where trying to become a better person can start making you feel worse. Not because growth is bad, not because healing is fake, not because reflection, discipline, insight, and change do not matter. They do. Sometimes they matter a lot. Sometimes they save your life. But there is a version of self-improvement that slowly turns your own existence into a problem you are always trying to solve. And that version can make it very hard to feel at home inside yourself. Because when every part of your life becomes a project, peace keeps getting delayed. Your habits need work. Your mindset needs work. Your attachment style needs work. Your body needs work. Your communication needs work. Your trauma needs work. Your boundaries need work. Your purpose needs work. Your productivity needs work. Your healing needs work. Your personality needs work. Even your rest starts feeling like something you should optimize better. That is not always growth. Sometimes that is just self-rejection in very intelligent clothing. And a lot of people are living inside that without realizing how much it is costing them. Because self-improvement is one of the few forms of self-criticism that gets rewarded. It can look responsible, conscious, ambitious, emotionally mature. It can make you feel like you are doing something meaningful with your pain, like you are staying awake, staying accountable, staying committed to becoming your highest self, or your most healed self, or your most evolved self. But if you are never allowed to simply be a self, all of that effort starts becoming deeply exhausting. That is where one of the most soothing truths about happiness begins to reveal itself. The end of self-improvement can feel like home, not because you stop growing, but because you stop relating to yourself as if you are always under construction. That shift is enormous. And for many people, it is one of the first times life begins to feel emotionally safe. Because as long as your inner world is organized around fixing yourself, your nervous system never fully gets to rest. There is always another issue to uncover, another pattern to decode, another wound to heal, another way you should be doing your life better. Even your self-awareness can become a source of tension. You become hyper-observant of your flaws, your reactions, your regressions, your blind spots. You start monitoring yourself constantly, and then calling it growth. But being under surveillance by your own mind is not peace. It is just a more sophisticated form of inner pressure. And pressure, even when it is dressed up as self-development, still makes joy harder to access. Because joy tends to need a little more permission than that. A little more softness, a little more room to exist without immediately being turned into a lesson. That is what people often miss. Not every experience needs to be used. Not every emotion needs to be alchemized. Not every hard thing needs to become wisdom on a deadline. Not every part of you needs to be transformed before you are allowed to feel okay. Sometimes the deepest healing is not another breakthrough. It is finally getting tired of treating yourself like a machine that always needs upgrading. That fatigue can become holy if you let it. Because when the self-improvement trance starts breaking, a very strange kind of relief often enters. You stop asking yourself quite so aggressively, "What do I need to fix now?" and start asking, "What if I am allowed to live here for a while? What if I am allowed to have a body, a personality, a history, a nervous system, a season, a set of limitations, and a human level of inconsistency without making all of it into evidence that I am still unfinished in some unacceptable way?" That question can change a life. Psychologically, this matters a lot. Chronic self-optimization can increase anxiety, perfectionism, self-monitoring, and shame, especially when a person begins to equate worthiness with progress. In simple terms, if your right to feel okay depends on becoming better fast enough, then your peace is always conditional. You can only relax once you have earned it. And because there is always more to improve, rest keeps moving further away. That is a brutal setup, and a very common one, especially for people who are thoughtful, introspective, and genuinely trying to build a better life. Those people are often the most vulnerable to turning growth into self-pressure. They are sincere. They care. They want to do things well. But somewhere along the way, they stop noticing that their relationship to themselves has become almost entirely corrective. Everything is feedback. Everything is a mirror. Everything is a sign. Everything is another thing to process. That is too much. At some point, the soul starts wanting something else. Not more insight, not more tools, not more upgrades. Home, and home is a very different feeling. Home is not the fantasy of finally becoming perfect enough to relax. Home is the experience of no longer needing perfection in order to stay. It is the moment your inner life becomes less like a workshop and more like a place you can sit down in. Mess and all. Contradictions and all. Incomplete healing and all. Unfinished grief and all. Tenderness and all. That is where happiness starts changing shape. It becomes less about progress and more about permission. Permission to be in process without being in constant correction. Permission to have rough edges without making them your full-time job. Permission to be a person instead of a project. That permission is deeply regulating and deeply joyful, because maybe one of the most overlooked truths about happiness is this: you may not need one more breakthrough. You may need the end of being in relentless negotiation with your own humanity. You may need the part of you that has been trying so hard to improve to finally hear something softer. You can come home now, not because there is nothing left to learn, but because your life does not need to be treated like a problem in order to become worth living. You become lighter when nothing needs proving. There is a very specific kind of exhaustion that comes from trying to prove you are enough in a world that keeps quietly asking for more. More success, more certainty, more healing, more self-control, more beauty, more discipline, more emotional intelligence, more evidence that your life is going somewhere meaningful. And the strange part is, most people do not even realize how much of their suffering is tied to this invisible performance. They think they are just stressed, or tired, or lost, or overthinking. But underneath all of that, there is often a much simpler truth. They are carrying the crushing weight of needing their life to justify itself. That weight gets into everything. It gets into the way you work, the way you speak, the way you love, the way you heal, the way you rest, the way you suffer, even the way you dream. Suddenly nothing is just allowed to be what it is. Every choice has to mean something. Every pain has to become wisdom. Every season has to show progress. Every version of you has to be turning into someone more admirable, more evolved, more worthy of being taken seriously. And when that mindset takes over, life stops feeling like a place you live in and starts feeling like a courtroom where you are constantly trying to present evidence for your own value. That is such a brutal way to be alive, and it is much more common than people admit, because proving does not always look loud or arrogant. Sometimes it looks very respectable. It looks like perfectionism. It looks like over-explaining. It looks like constantly trying to get your timing right so no one can misunderstand you. It looks like needing to be the wise one, the good one, the successful one, the self-aware one, the healed one, the one who is doing life correctly. It can even hide inside vulnerability. People can turn their pain into proof too. Proof that they are deep. Proof that they are trying. Proof that they are worthy of being understood. And the nervous system feels all of it. It feels the pressure of being turned into a project, a case, a performance, a defense. That is why so many people feel heavy even when nothing is technically wrong. Their life may not be in ruins. They may have moments of peace, love, stability, or progress. But inside, there is still this constant low-grade labor happening. This constant reaching. This subtle internal plea that says, please let this be enough now. Please let who I am, what I have done, what I have survived, what I have built, what I have become, finally be enough to stop trying so hard. And one of the most relieving truths about happiness is that a lot of your heaviness does not come from your actual life. It comes from the pressure to prove that your life is valid. That pressure can disappear more quietly than people expect. It does not always happen through some huge breakthrough. Sometimes it happens when you get tired enough of performing your intelligence, tired enough of trying to make your suffering meaningful, tired enough of curating your identity, tired enough of chasing the exact right version of yourself that will finally earn rest. At some point, something in you starts collapsing in the best possible way. You realize that proving is not bringing peace. It is postponing it. And once that realization lands, even a little, life starts feeling different, softer, lighter, more breathable. Because when nothing needs proving, your energy comes back. Not all at once, but in pieces. You stop spending so much of your life mentally preparing your case. You stop needing every interaction to confirm your worth. You stop trying to make every chapter of your life look coherent, impressive, redemptive, or deeply significant. You stop turning your existence into a pitch. That is where a very honest kind of happiness begins. Not the flashy kind. Not the kind that makes for a dramatic story. A quieter kind. The kind that comes when your body is no longer under the strain of self-justification. The kind that comes when you no longer feel like you have to win your own life. The kind that comes when you can do something badly and not make it mean anything permanent. When you can be misunderstood and not collapse. When you can rest without earning it first. When you can enjoy something simple without needing it to become a symbol of your growth, your taste, your healing, your depth, or your becoming. Psychologically, this makes a lot of sense. The more your identity is organized around proving, the more your nervous system stays in a subtle state of activation. You are always monitoring, adjusting, comparing, anticipating, and defending. That is not peace. That is self-surveillance. And over time, it becomes so normal that people stop noticing how deeply tense it makes them. But when that internal proving starts to loosen, the system often begins to regulate. You feel less watched by your own mind, less cornered by your own standards, less burdened by the need to constantly turn your life into evidence. And maybe that is why this kind of happiness feels so different. It is not built on achievement. It is not built on admiration. It is not even built on certainty. It is built on the absence of argument, the absence of the exhausting inner trial where you are always trying to convince someone, maybe the world, maybe your past, maybe yourself, that you are enough to be here. You do become lighter when nothing needs proving. Not because your life suddenly becomes easier, but because your soul is no longer dragging around the impossible task of making itself undeniable. And once that burden begins to fall away, even slowly, you may discover that peace was never hiding in becoming more impressive. It was hiding in finally no longer needing to. Peace is often just unclenching inside. A lot of people are not actually looking for some grand version of peace. They are looking for the moment their body finally stops fighting itself. That is what makes this so much simpler and so much more human than people expect. Peace is often not some mystical state where you become perfectly wise, emotionally untouchable, and permanently calm. Most of the time, peace is just what happens when something inside you loosens. When your jaw is not clenched for no reason. When your chest is not carrying invisible pressure. When your stomach is not tied into emotional knots, over things your mind has been rehearsing all day. When your shoulders stop quietly preparing for impact, even though nothing is technically wrong. That is the kind of peace many people are actually starving for. And because it looks so ordinary, they often underestimate how life-changing it really is. What makes this difficult is that a lot of people have been tense for so long that tension no longer feels like tension. It feels like identity. It feels like personality. They think they are just naturally intense, naturally anxious, naturally hyper-aware, naturally unable to relax. But often what they are really experiencing is a body that has learned to stay partially braced against life, braced against disappointment, braced against conflict, braced against being misunderstood, abandoned, overwhelmed, exposed, embarrassed, hurt, or emotionally blindsided. And when that bracing becomes chronic, the body starts living as if danger is always nearby, even during moments that are relatively safe. That changes everything. It changes how deeply you breathe, how easily you rest, how much beauty you can actually receive, how available you are to your own life, and how possible happiness even feels on an ordinary day. This is why so many people keep chasing peace in giant, dramatic ways. They assume they need to solve their whole life before their body will let go. They think they need the perfect relationship, the right career, the healed nervous system, the final breakthrough, the total emotional resolution, the better routine, the more evolved version of themselves. They keep searching for some major external shift that will finally grant them permission to soften. But often, peace begins much smaller than that. It begins the moment your system gets even the tiniest signal that it does not have to grip so hard right now. That signal can come from something incredibly simple: a quiet room, a safe person, a slower morning, a walk with no destination, a bed that feels comforting, a deep breath that reaches lower than usual, a conversation where you do not have to defend yourself, a moment where your thoughts stop chasing you for long enough that your body realizes it can come back into the room. That is not a minor thing. That is a massive shift. Because when the body unclenches, even for a few seconds, it changes your whole experience of being alive. Suddenly, the world does not feel quite so sharp. Your mind is not scanning as aggressively. Your emotions feel less cornered. Your body feels less like a battlefield and more like a place you can actually exist in. And that is where one of the most soothing truths about happiness begins to show itself. Happiness is not always excitement. It is not always fulfillment in some dramatic, cinematic sense. Sometimes happiness is just the absence of strain, the absence of internal pressure, the absence of that low-grade fight your nervous system has been carrying for so long that you forgot it was there. Psychologically and biologically, this is very real. When your nervous system perceives safety, your body starts changing immediately. Muscles begin to relax, breathing gets deeper, the brain becomes less obsessed with threat, attention broadens, digestion improves, emotional regulation becomes easier. In plain human terms, you become more available to life. You become more able to notice that the tea tastes good, that the room is quiet, that the light coming through the window is beautiful, that this moment is not asking anything terrible of you. Those things may sound small, but they are often the doorway back into happiness. Not because they fix your life, but because they interrupt the constant state of internal contraction that has been making life harder to feel. And maybe that is why peace can feel so emotional when it finally arrives. Not because something huge is happening, but because something exhausting is finally pausing. If you have spent years in survival mode, if your body has spent years preparing for impact, then even a few seconds of genuine softening can feel almost overwhelming, not dramatic in the way people usually mean, but deeply moving in a quieter way. It can feel like remembering something ancient, like your body is saying, "Oh, right, this is what it feels like to not be under attack by my own mind for a minute. This is what it feels like to not be gripping life with my teeth. This is what it feels like to exist without immediately preparing for the next emotional blow." That is why peace is often just unclenching inside. Not because that is all peace ever is, but because that is so often how it begins. It begins in the body before the mind has a perfect explanation for it. It begins when your system stops expecting pain from every corner. It begins when your muscles stop carrying conversations that ended hours ago. It begins when your chest no longer feels like it is trying to hold your whole life together at once. And once that unclenching starts, even a little, happiness becomes much easier to reach. Not because your life is suddenly perfect, but because you are no longer experiencing it from behind a wall of tension. And for a lot of people, that is the first truly honest form of peace they have felt in a very long time. Happiness may simply be resistance ending. A lot of people spend years chasing happiness as if it is something they need to add to their life. A better relationship, a better routine, a better mindset, a better body, a better future, a better version of themselves. And sometimes those things do matter. Sometimes life really does need to change. But one of the most soothing and quietly radical truths about happiness is that it may not always come from adding something new. Sometimes it comes from stopping something old, stopping the inner fight, stopping the tension, stopping the endless argument with reality, with your emotions, with your past, with your limitations, with your own humanity. In other words, happiness may simply be resistance ending. That is a very different way of understanding peace, and for a lot of people, a much more honest one. Because when people imagine happiness, they often imagine a feeling. Something bright, obvious, elevated, emotionally undeniable. But in real life, happiness is often much less dramatic than that. Sometimes it does not arrive as pleasure or excitement or meaning. Sometimes it arrives as relief. Sometimes it arrives as the strange, quiet softness that enters the body when you finally stop trying to force life to be different than it is in this exact moment. Not forever. Not philosophically. Just right now. And that right there can change everything. Most people do not realize how much of their suffering is not coming directly from pain itself, but from the resistance wrapped around the pain, the refusal, the protest, the internal no. This should not be happening. I should not feel this way. They should not have done that. My life should look different by now. I should be further along. I should be over this. I should be stronger than this. I should not still care. I should not still hurt. That constant inner friction is exhausting. It turns one wound into 10. It takes a hard season and makes it almost unlivable. It keeps the nervous system activated, not only because life is difficult, but because the mind is treating reality like an offense it must keep objecting to. That resistance is deeply human, of course. No one wants pain. No one wants disappointment, grief, uncertainty, limitation, loneliness, confusion, or loss. Of course the mind pushes back. Of course it tries to argue its way out of what hurts. But what protects you in the beginning can quietly imprison you over time. Because if every difficult thing has to be mentally rejected before it can be emotionally survived, then peace keeps getting delayed. You end up living in a constant state of subtle war with your own experience, and it is very hard to feel happiness while you are at war. This is why acceptance can feel so unexpectedly powerful, not because it makes pain beautiful, not because it makes hard things easy, but because it removes the extra suffering created by resistance. It stops the multiplying effect. It ends the exhausting inner fight where your body is trying to move through something while your mind keeps screaming that it should not be happening. When that argument quiets, even slightly, the whole system changes. Your breath gets deeper. Your thoughts become less frantic. Your emotions stop ricocheting so violently. Your body is no longer spending all of its energy trying to escape the present moment. And in that softened state, happiness can finally become visible again. Psychologically, this is very real. The nervous system does not only react to events, it reacts to how much internal danger and conflict those events create. When you resist what you are feeling, you often increase stress, rumination, and emotional intensity. But when you allow experience to exist without immediately trying to control, suppress, deny, or mentally overpower it, the body often begins to regulate. In simple terms, the body calms down when it no longer has to fight every moment. And a calmer body can feel things that resistance had been blocking, including joy, tenderness, gratitude, even simple aliveness. That is one of the strangest parts. When resistance ends, life does not always become more exciting. It often becomes more available. You notice things again. A little quiet, a little beauty, a meal that tastes good, a conversation that feels easy, a soft evening, a small moment where nothing is asking you to prove, solve, defend, or perform. These moments were often there all along, but resistance made them inaccessible, not because you were broken, but because your system was too busy fighting what is unfinished, painful, uncertain, or unresolved to fully receive what was still gently good. And maybe that is why so many people miss happiness when it comes. They are waiting for some giant emotional event while overlooking the much more subtle truth that happiness often enters through the back door of surrender. Not dramatic surrender. Not giving up on life, just the release of unnecessary inner opposition. The dropping of the shoulders, the unclenching of the jaw, the moment your mind stops trying to prosecute reality and your body gets one clean breath of permission to simply be here. That is not small, that is sacred. Because if you have lived in resistance for a long time, if your whole inner world has been organized around trying to get away from what hurts, then the end of that fight can feel like an entirely new kind of life. Not because everything has changed, but because you have stopped making your own existence harder than it already is. You have stopped turning every discomfort into a battle. You have stopped requiring every moment to be different before you allow it to count. And maybe this is one of the kindest truths about happiness. It may not always arrive because life finally gave you everything you wanted. Sometimes it arrives because, for one honest moment, you stopped resisting the life that is already here. And in that moment, the body softens, the mind quiets, and something deeply human returns. Not perfection, not transcendence, just peace, the kind that was waiting underneath the fight the whole time.